regarding COVID infection route, even though WHO at the beginning denied the necessity of wearing a mask to prevent the infection, what people first did was to purchase masks. The government also started controlling exports of masks to prevent a probable worst situation like lack of the supply. The efforts to prevent spreads are done in many social units as well. Companies expanded the telecommuting, and schools and universities implemented online lectures. Large scale gatherings are being refrained. But the most important and basic thing is that people does not want to be the virus carrier, and it would be legitimate to say this awareness became a general tendency amongst majority of people. In a situation that you cannot distinguish who is actually infected or not, it is best to minimize a single chances of infection. Actually, self-employed businessmen are the ones facing hardest time nowadays. For them, the provincial government is providing certain amount of money in the name of survival fund so that they can maintain the business. Even though the amount is not much, still it is helpful for them in certain ways. The problem of this system is that major part of the controlling is heavily depending on each individual's awareness and ethics. Apparently, we are all human, and the level of sense of responsibility and personal ethics vary. Deviation of individual is impossible to be controlled, even when there's social consensus. There was a rebellious cult called Shincheonji. They had a branch in Wuhan, China. After they came back from their trip to China, they had a large scale of meetings in Daegu, city located in the southern part of South Korea. People from all over the country joined this meeting, and they went back to their hometowns. Obviously, the problem was that they did not want to show their identity since they believe they are being oppressed by the government. So they refused to turn up for the test. So we can say this was the biggest first wave of the coronavirus in case of Korea. While the government was struggling to handle this issue, the number of infected increased drastically. And when the situation seemed to be under control, another case had appeared. There was an infected person who visited several dancing clubs while having symptoms. The problem was that these clubs were uh, uh, gay clubs. So obviously, people do not want outing by taking the test. So when there's a minority gets involved with the situation like this, they easily become target of the blame. And this again made the situation more complicated to be solved. As the virus spread, the government tried to restrict mass gatherings such as church. On 15th of August, a large-scale demonstration was held by the group of church in front of Blue House, which is the executive office and official residence of the President of Korea. The group which initiated the demonstration was a combination of the opposition party and one of the Protestant churches, which was considered radical and extreme to compare with the other churches. So while opposition party gathered to criticize the government, the church was against the government's decision of restriction. Ironically, this meeting generated huge number of the infectee again. So here comes the main dilemma that South Korea is facing. How much the government can actually control and restrict people's religious gatherings in a situation like this. While the majority of the Korean population consented that there should be restrictions on large-scale gatherings, this logical conclusion may not be considered fair to certain group of people who prioritize individual rights of religion over the lives of other people. So I believe this may not be the only case of Korea, unfortunately. So with this gloomy situation, still there are some positive news which comfort us slightly in Korea. In the case of Korea, the scale of the online market increased 34% since COVID-19 became an issue through the media. The offline market situation is depressing, but somehow its compensation is being done through portal services. The number of patients for ENT, ophthalmic, has decreased by 60%, as most of the diseases in these categories are related infection out of unhygienic condition. So we can actually say people's awareness of hygiene increased a lot due to this COVID-19 situation. And let me introduce you one hopeful case. There was a case that one infected person sitting in Starbucks infected each and every other customer in the same building because he was sitting right in front of the AC. Surprisingly, none of the servers and workers in the same shop were infected thanks to their mask. At the moment, I can say wearing mask is the only effective option left for us. I believe now we actually have to think we should live with this virus. Vaccination may not work for some people, as we confirm certain people fail to develop immunity against COVID-19 even after healed. So, and also considering its critical damage, which can leave on brain cells and lungs, we should not expect people to be infected and heal naturally. So, not catching is the only and best option for most of us. There will be, and I think there should be, fundamental changes in our lifestyles till we can truly figure out substantial and effective cure for this virus. Telecommuting and online class will be major way of our lives. I hope internet supply will become essential than optional. I hope my presentation was worthy in a situation like this. That's it.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. Is there any question about my presentation?
My question is, why did the video not come on the screen?
Yes, sir. Same question.
Because you are saying that internet is going to be very important these days. And this is the condition of internet. This is nothing but just your internet connection problem. If this kind of internet connection is going to be there after the COVID-19 situation, then we are going to be the most educated people in the world. And we are, on the other hand, laying fiber optics under the tunnel, over the tunnel, inside the submarine, and here and there on the sky, in the air, whatever we are doing, but result is zero. We are not getting anything. We are not achieving anything. Simply talking, we are getting nothing. And ultimately, who is going to suffer? Not we. It's our children who are going to suffer now. Kim, do you have any suggestion for this? How do we improve the internet connectivity? Should we send coronavirus into the internet connection, fiber optics? This fellow will run very fast in the fiber optics. So maybe the connection goes very nice now after coronavirus comes inside the cables.
I totally agree with you, sir. It should be.
Why is it not affecting the cables of the internet connection? This fellow has drowned the cables also. There's such a dangerous coronavirus after this. Is anybody there to suggest me how the cable connectivity and the internet speed could be achieved? No one. I thought somebody would at least suggest me how to go about it. Anyway, thank you very much for giving us so much information about what happened in Korea and other places and how you manage things there. And now we are touching almost 110,000 every day. I don't know what is the reason. Other countries in the world are going towards the ground. They are touching zero, and ours is touching more than 110,000 every day. What could be the reason? I don't know. But one thing comes to my mind, that every time what we hear, either it is World Health Organization or the medical experts in the world, what they are saying is that COVID-19 mortality rate is hardly 2.5 to 3%, which means 3 persons in 100 is dying. Only they are saying 7.5% who need critical care facility, and only about 2.5% who need ventilator facility. What actually is required? Protection is more important, and that is required more in everybody. Why can't we protect everybody instead of getting them infected with coronavirus and get into COVID-19 trouble? That is my question. If somebody can answer that, I would be very happy. But point is that why are we not doing something to protect the people, which is very, very simple. Since January onwards, I have been debating on all national news channels, and I have been time and again stressing upon distribution of masks to each one, everyone, everywhere, which was the only way you could have stopped the spread of coronavirus, which has gone into such high rise today. Why did we not do that? And instead of that, what we have done, we have created multi-bed facilities, which is about 10,000 bedded hospital for COVID-19, and people are dying of heart attack. They are not being treated. People are dying of other diseases, diabetes and other things, but they are not being even admitted in the hospital. They are not being allowed to go to the hospital. A hospital like AIIMS, I stay 1.5 kilometers from AIIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi. And there you will be surprised. People are weeping. They are banging their head on the wall that the patients are dying, but they are not giving any time to even consult a doctor. If you go to their site for fixing up an appointment with a doctor, it takes 100 days. 40 hours we have been waiting for. It says the line is busy, 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 call after sometimes. What is this? And this is all on account of coronavirus, which is that the mortality rate is hardly 2.5%. Whereas in heart attack, you see what is the mortality rate and how many people are suffering with heart attack. But they are not being treated. They are not being allowed to enter the hospitals. It is everywhere in the country, not only AIIMS. Everywhere in the country, the same thing is happening. Wherever you go, they will say, oh, we will check for COVID-19. If you are COVID-19 positive, we will take you in. Otherwise, you go to some other hospital. The other hospital says you go to some other hospital. That other hospital says you go to some other hospital. And the other hospital means then ultimately go there. Finished. So what are we doing? Are we protecting people? No, we are creating multi-bedded hospitals, establishing so many infrastructure about COVID-19. And we are not thinking about tuberculosis. We are not thinking about other diseases which are giving so many deaths every day. People are suffering, but we are not thinking on that. And we are not masks. Masks are being sold on roadsides. These are all inferior quality masks. We are duplicate masks. Sanitizers are being sold at 10 rupees a bottle on the roadside. Just see what are those things. Nobody is giving any guarantee for the quality. Nobody is having any checks and measures of the quality of that sanitizer. People are being fooled and misguided. You know what is going to happen, what corona is going to do, what our people are going to do, and what our government is going to do. I really don't know. This is a question which you all need to think. You are all academic thinkers, and you must think in the right direction what is going to happen. Don't just think about yourself, think about others also. There are other people who are your own brothers and sisters in this country. This country belongs to you. The people residing here in this country are also your people. You all must not hear lectures, but you should think and advise something to the government also. What has to be done? What is the right way? What is the right approach to manage and protect coronavirus? Anyway, thank you very much. for giving me this opportunity to speak, because whenever I get an opportunity, I will definitely speak. This is my uh, birthright, and I keep speaking. I keep talking on issues like this. Thank you very much, Anuya, for giving me this time. Who is the next speaker? Can we go ahead now?
Yes, sir. I feel it's a great time to call upon Dr. Sri Sudha,
Hello, sir.
in
Excuse me,
Department.
sir. Sir, sorry for the interruption. Uh, sir,
Yes, ma'am.
Srivastava,
Yes,
sir.
yes. Yeah,
Sir,
tell me.
I have to leave the meeting for a while. I have got a call from the vice chancellor. I have to meet her. So I'm leaving the meeting now, sir.
No problem, no problem, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
So shall I continue?
You continue.
I feel it's a great time to call upon Dr. Sudha.
Kari Sudha, Associate Professor in Department of Hindi, Vishaka Government Degree and PG College for Women, affiliated to Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. She was awarded with gold medal in MA. She has won many awards from the Government of Andhra Pradesh and Government of Maharashtra for the Best Teacher Award. She had published articles in national and international journals. You are a powerful teacher and an inspiration to the teaching community. Can I have you on stage, ma'am?
A very good morning to all. Hello,
Yes, ma'am.
am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
A very good afternoon to all. I am grateful to all present here and extend my heartfelt gratitude to one and all for sparing their valuable and precious time here for this international webinar. On behalf of Tejasvi Assistant Foundation, we are thankful to the organizing committee of Mother Teresa University, Kodaikanal, Tamil Nadu, for giving this support to conduct this international webinar with tremendous efforts for a meaningful dialogue, exchange of knowledge and research, academicians to know and disseminate precious information on the coronavirus pandemic at this time of hardship. First of all, I want to share my knowledge about this foundation. Tejasvi Assistant Foundation is from New Delhi. Sri D.N. Srivastava, a social reformer, human rights activist, senior journalist, editor-in-chief, the DN News, the DN News Network, and Tejasvi Assistant Research Journals, is the founder chairperson of this organization. The word Tejasvi Assistant is derived from Hindi language. Tejasvi means enlightenment and Astitva means existence of identity of a person in the society. The identity and existence of a common man is diminishing day by day, and it is really becoming impossible for a common man to survive in the society today. The reason, to the best of our knowledge, is that a common man is unaware of his basic fundamental rights, which lead to his low grade existence in the society. The organization has come forward to protect the rights of every citizen and take bold steps and initiate stringent action on such violation of human rights in order to curb the same. To restore the rights of a common man and to protect the interest of every common man with organization has taken pledge to enlighten the knowledge of every common man to ensure smooth and happy existence. In this process, this organization committed to highlight each and every aspect and issue of human rights violation existing in the society and affecting the common man. We have to initiate stern action on people who are intentionally and deliberately involved in violation of human rights in the society. Tejasvi Astitva Foundation, in the regular process of responsible to give rise to human rights violation, injustice to common man, violence and atrocity of poor, needy, and deprived. Tejasvi Astitva, a magazine published monthly in 5 languages: Hindi, English, Telugu, Sanskrit, and Punjabi, containing research papers and articles from all fields. Teachers, professors, academicians, research scholars, and students who may be interested to bring their inner thoughts before the people of the country in the interest of the nation and in the form of suggestions and advice are invited to pen down their feelings and thoughts on the paper. We are inviting the peer-reviewed board members for this research magazine. Interested persons can send their request along with CV. The world is not just two, not just 3 decades, but in the past many centuries is witnessing the biggest disaster and calamity, the COVID-19 crisis emanating from coronavirus. Whether natural or man-made, is yet to be ascertained by people, scientists, researchers, and academicians besides others globally like you and me. We all know that at the moment things are very not very clear as how to and what made such an unmanageable bioorganism to crop up and bring about such an unprecedented
Are
event
you
that
are
too
you all right,
globally.
Dr. Sudha? Are you all right?
Yes,
Are
sir.
you
Yes,
all
sir.
right? Take rest for
I,
1 minute. Take rest for a second. You be comfortable. Then you speak. You take
yes,
some
sir.
water and then speak. Don't worry.
Yes, sir.
We will wait for
Comfort.
you. You take water and then we will speak. Take
Okay,
some more water. Take some more water.
okay, sir.
Take some more water. Be comfortable. Don't worry. We are here.
Looking into the disastrous nature of this pandemic, it compelled us to organize an international webinar so that we all could discuss and study the various aspects of challenges being faced by us, the shortcomings on preparedness exercised in management, vigilance and intelligence to handle and tackle the situation in global perspective in order to achieve a meaningful conclusion. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your
Do you think
precious
they will
information.
have spring onion in the shop?
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With the galbi marinade, I can put chicken and grill it in the microwave.
Who is speaking?
Reza might like it. You will hate it. No, I'm not gonna put any sweet stuff.
You don't want. You just don't like anything I cook, huh?
Yes, Anuya, please carry on now.
Yes, sir. Now a song performance by Nisha from SKR College.
Nisha, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
Sir, one play.
We want to hear one more song.
Yes, sir. I'm ready for that. In your eyes, there's a heavy blue. One to love and one to lose. Sweet delight, a heavy truth. Water and wine, don't make me choose. I wanna feel that without it, that summer night. Struck on a feeling alone with the stars in the sky. I've been running through the jungle, I've been running with the wolves to get to you, to get to you. I've been down the dark and only found the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I look for love and everything, I took the most to ease anger, all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you, to get to you, to get to you. To get to you. To get to you. You think that's brave? Christmas came to places I have never been. Blindly I'm following. Break down these walls and come on in. I wanna feel the way that summer night. Drunk on a feeling alone with the stars in the sky. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the voice to get to you, to get to you. I've been down the dark as I saw the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I look for love and everything that took the master, here's the hanger, all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the voice to get to you, to get to you, to get to you. Ah, 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 to get to you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the voice to get to you, to get to you. I've been down the dark and only saw the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I look for love in everything that took the most to hit the hanger, all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the voice to get to you, to get to you, to get to you. Thank you, Manunda.
Nisha, you sing only Western songs, or you are an Indian girl or a Western girl?
No, sir, I'm an Indian girl, sir.
You are an Indian girl?
Yes, sir.
Sure, you don't know Hindi and other languages in India? You only sing Western songs?
No, sir, I know Hindi.
You know Hindi also?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Can we hear one more song in Hindi also?
Okay, sir.
Or any other classical song which can freshen our mood, because we are hearing for such a long time so many speeches and talks and lectures. Just to...
One second, sir.
In the meantime, I have an announcement for everyone here. Whoever wants to present a paper, please send your request on WhatsApp number 9100443611. The registered participants, whoever wants to present their papers, please send your request on WhatsApp number 9100443611, so that we can take you, give you a slot of time to present your paper. Please note down the WhatsApp number 9100443611. Please send your request for paper presentation, giving your name and other details like your college name or designation name, and you give your topic also, so that we can give you a time slot to present the paper. Kindly send this information on the WhatsApp number, please. Thank you. Ji sir. Ji sir.
Sir? Can I sing Hindi song?
Yes, Nisha, you can.
पास से जा भी दूँ मैं गवाही ना भी दूँ किस्मतों का लिखा मोड़ दूँ बदले में मैं तेरे जो खुदा खुद भी दे जन्नते सच कहूँ छोड़ दूँ तुमसे दुनिया में न जानो तुमसे खुद को मैं पहचान तुमको बस मैं अपना मानो माहिया तुमसे जगह में न जानो तुमसे खुद को मैं पहचान तुमको बस मैं अपना मानो माहिया पास से जा भी दूँ मैं गवाही माँ भी दूँ किस्मतों का निकाह मोड़ दूँ तेरे अलावा कोई भी कागज नहीं बाकी दिल में कदम उठाओ जहाँ भी जाओ तुझे से जाऊँ मिलने तेरे अलावा कोई भी कागज नहीं है बाकी दिल में कदम उठाओ जहाँ भी जाओ तुझे से जाऊँ मैं तेरे लिए मेरा सफर तेरे बिना मैं जाऊँ किधर तुमसे ज्यादा मैं न जानूं तुमसे खुद को मैं पहचान तुमको बस मैं अपना मानो माहिया रास्ते जा भी दूँ मैं गवाही माँ भी दूँ किस्मतों का निकाह मोड़ दूँ
Mr. Kapil Sankla, you can hear me? Please unmute, sir. You are on mute. Please unmute. Anuya, will you please introduce Mr. Kapil Sankla?
Yes, sir.
Yes, am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Anuya is introducing you, and then you can carry on with your talk. Thank you for joining us.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me over.
Yes. I'm privileged to call upon Kapil Shankla, the legal expert and lawyer in Supreme Court. Can I have you on the stage, sir? We welcome
please.
you, sir.
Thank you. Shall I start now?
Yes, sir. You can.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you for having me over, Mr. Srivastava, the entire committee. The organization has been doing some fantastic work in many spheres, especially this. I remember a few months back, we had done another program where for the first time we had spoken about the personal protection kits for sweepers, for frontline workers, and how the state government was really not taking care of it. And I'm very proud to say that it was because of your forum, because of your organization. The Honorable High Court and the Honorable Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken, had taken suo moto notice of this issue and had directed the MCD to provide the PPE kits to frontline workers, to sanitization workers, to the workers who go and clean your nalas, etc. But lot has to be done still because there is no clarity and no respect to human life. And that is the problem that, ails us as citizens. Before I tell you about the laws and my views, I like to share something. There's a client of mine who called me up, I think, day before yesterday, and told me that he was suffering from corona, that he was inside his house, he wasn't meeting his family members, and there was some work, and I told him that after he's all right, he should go and get that work done. Now that work suddenly happened, and he wasn't very open about it. I am afraid that he probably did not take care of other people, and he went out of his house to get the documents that I wanted. If that is the case, I am sorry, this is exactly what we suffer from, an absolute apathy towards other people, that we do not care about human lives. We do not care about anybody beyond our house. And therefore, what we do is we go outside and we throw kachra outside our house, that we do not keep our nalas clean, that we think that if we just throw the garbage outside, it's all right because, it's after all not in our house. But we should realize that this entire nation is our house. We should be extremely proud of it. We should be keeping it clean, neat, and we should be proud to be as Indians, as Bharatiya, as of this proud nation. Now, I have been a lawyer for more than 23 years, thereabout, and I have practiced in the lower court, in higher court, Supreme Court, not only in India, but I've also practiced. I've done arbitrations in UK, in Singapore, and handled matters and issues in various nations, in various countries. There are certain things that I notice, and especially now when we can talk about how the government has taken care of pandemic and how we as citizens have taken care of pandemic, and how the law and the justice delivery system has evolved over these past few months of lockdown, which is very important because if you actually think about it, judiciary or your legal rights are probably the most important things that you have. And that is what separates you from a dictatorial state to a state which is a republic, a democratic state, a state which is governed by rule of law, a state where you have fundamental rights that cannot be taken away by any government by their whims and fancies, a state where you are protected against government atrocities, against police mishandling, against your neighbor taking law into his own hands. So, when you talk about any arm of the government, be it legislature, be it executive, the most important arm, according to me, and I can be completely biased here, is judiciary. Because, as I said, it protects you and your fundamental rights, and that I think is probably the most important thing to take care of. What I also think is that, for example, if you have a dispute with your neighbor, you can't go and break his head. You will have to go to the court. And to go to the court would mean that the judiciary is there to serve you. And it is important that judges, the lawyers, and every other limb of the judicial services realizes that we are there to serve the general public and not lord over them. The second thing that you would want is that the justice should be swift. There should be no delay, that there is a lockdown, lawyers are not coming, judges are afraid to come, staff is scared to come, nobody is there in the court. How will you get justice? So there too, justice should be delivered. Third is justice should be seen to be delivered. You see, justice can also be delivered sitting at home, that you write a letter to a judge, the judge takes suo motu cognizance, asks another limb to do something about it, and as they say, tariq pe tariq, tariq pe tariq, nothing really comes out of it. So not only justice is to be done, but is to be seen to be done, that you should see that justice is happening, that you should respect that entire procedure, and you know that justice may be delayed, but it cannot be denied. These are very important things for you and me to understand, and very, very important thing for us as citizens to imbibe, to respect, to follow, and more importantly, to preach when there is a need, that you tell others that your law should not be taken into your own hands. Having said that, we all know that this pandemic has been an extreme act of God the world over. The entire world, as we know, has come to a standstill. There have been great issues. When we talk about the first thing, how it affects us, that many of you could be tenants, many of you could be landlords, and you know that there was a question as to if a tenant is not able to go out, how will he pay the rent? And therefore, there was supposed to be a moratorium over the rent. And then landlords came to High Court, and landlords said that we have to pay the bank how do we pay to the bank if the EMI, if we do not get our rent? And the question went on and on. And so the judges came to some kind of rescue. The legislature came to some kind of rescue. The executive came to some kind of rescue and said that, okay, there can be some moratorium over the rent. Please do not insist on paying off rent. The rent will be paid in some cases. Unfortunately, our High Court was not with that and said that rent is an independent act as per contract and has to be paid. But then a moratorium also came as far as payment of EMIs to the bank is concerned, that EMI cannot be insisted upon, and there was a moratorium or a stay on the payment of EMI for 3 months. Now another question has come, and the other question now is, can the bank charge compound interest on the moratorium payment or borrowed payment which is due and payable? Can they say that there has been an interest and we are compounding the interest and are charging you compound interest on the interest that you're liable to be paid, which you don't have to pay because of moratorium? I know it's a very confusing argument, but this is how we lawyers are prone to argue. As they say, a lawyer is someone who makes a 5,000 pages brief. But it's a very important question because it is a question that deals with your and my life, your and my lifestyle, your and my earning, and your and my ability to enjoy basic necessities like the roof on our head, or to eat the break bread, which is to eat lunch and dinner, and to take care of our families. So these are very important questions that were taken care of by the court over the years. But we all know that Corona not only hit the entire world drastically, but it had a substantial impact on our economy, which turned south, along with other issues that happened with China, etc., etc. But the fact is that despite it all, despite the diseases and the starvation that people have unfortunately suffered, and the negative influence that Corona has happened, in fact, I will tell you a very interesting story. There is another client of mine, a very senior IPS officer, who forewarned me many months as soon as Corona happened that the next wave of crime would be street level crime, which means theft, chain snatching, etc. And I was wondering why. Till he told me, he said, you have to understand that the youth of the world that probably was elking out proud earning by, probably you selling wares on a thela, or driving around a rickshaw, or being a daily wager, a welder, etc., would have no job, would have no work, and therefore there is nothing he can do except to take law into his own hands, because you and I would be too scared to open the window and probably even give alms. And I did notice that there has been a substantial increase in such kind of criminal activities. And so this is something that only we can think of. But the thing is that India, which has the second largest population in the world, is suffering from Corona, and there has been leaps in the various phases. And now they say there's another phase where Corona has increased. And on another forum, I was being asked that, is that because of government apathy, because of negligence of the government? And I did some research, and to be very honest, I don't really think so, because when you look at pure figures, they are completely against India as a nation. One, because of the sheer amount of population we have and the sheer lack of resources we have, coupled with the sheer lack of empathy towards respecting those resources. We are holders by nature. So if you're powerful enough, if you're rich enough, or if you have contacts enough, what you will do is, instead of taking one COVID kit, you will say, 10 bhej do, send 10. Instead of having that medicine for yourself and your family members, you would hold 20 others so that you can show off to others that, listen, I have 20 more than you do. That is probably a mental problem. And it would be foolish for us to make the government responsible for it. Because as I see it, and I've been associated with a few NGOs, and if you'd want me to tell you, I will, that because of these NGOs, I have managed to go to some hospitals and to some other organizations which are taking care of this COVID situation. And I can see that there's a lot of help from the government, especially when it comes to police officers, the medical officers, etc., etc. The medical officers, in fact, are very angry with the government that they've been made to work 18 hours, 20 hours a day, that their PPE kits do not fit well, that that they do not have enough resources. But as I said, that we tend to hoard resource. A VIP would take the same time in which 20 normal citizens can be taken care of. A VIP would like to sit and have his chai and throw his weight about to ensure that that poorer doctor is unable or his staff is unable to cater to so many of the masses that should be catered to. But what we did and what the government did, and very, very happily so, because this is a case study which is also there in Israel, that it created a complete lockdown situation. And in Israel, lockdown has been very effective. However, they did a negative lockdown. In Israel, what they did was that they made sure that all the elderly and the children are locked inside the house and are not permitted to go out because their morbidity is much high. In India, we decided to lock down everyone, and we had to open it subsequently because the economy was suffering. But the fact is that that lockdown, though many of you will, when we have question and answers, would say that that lockdown only delayed the inevitable. But death is also inevitable. That doesn't mean that you stand in the middle of the road and say, "Come, car, hit me." So what the government did was, and this is the center government, what the center government did was that it asked for a complete lockdown for a time that got extended again and again and again. And yes, there has been a delay, but of the onset of the virus, so to say. But that was also in the hope that there would be some medicine which would come out. We have now got to know that the antibodies that have been created, which are getting tested, unfortunately, are pertaining to only a particular strain of the virus, and the virus keeps evolving and keeps changing as if it's a man-made virus. It's some kind of technologically advanced virus, which is changing its very nature from various species, specimen, and space. And so, therefore, I think much has to be done. But the question is, it has given fighting chance to many, and it has also given a lot of boost to alternate medicines. I have been told that there are two homeopathic medicines. One is being promoted down south, one is being promoted up here in the north, and both of which have been quite effective when it comes to control or somewhat control of coronavirus. If what I have been told is right, then I think it is also high time that we revisit alternate medical sciences, and we explore it and we use it to the best. After all, there have been only few nations or few civilizations that have embraced herbs, alternate science techniques all over the world. They've been, I can count it as India, Mexico, and probably some tribes in Africa, which have really, really adopted and understood what herbs are and how they can be used. Now, how India has dealt with this potentially crippling disease is to be understood. That one has been lockdown. Second has been the fact that India is the largest manufacturer of injections, etc., bottling, etc., and that itself, and having a tie-up with Oxford, I think we would have the first player advantage when this medicine would come out. Now we have to understand that, as I said, that there has to be respect to human life. We have to now adopt to the environment and adopt alternate healing methodology. We have already embraced lockdown after an extended period of social distancing, after an extended period of lockdown. Now, whether lockdown was effective or not is highly debatable, and I know many of you are questioning it, but I am all for it, and I believe that that gave a fighting chance to us to otherwise the morbidity would be quite high. And now that we are now understanding that there is no imminent drug to cure it, we are also adopting to social distancing, thankfully, finally, and which is a very, very important thing in my view. The first outbreak, as we know, of COVID-19 started in Wuhan, and it's debatable, but somewhere around December 2019. And the Chinese government did a lot to kind of hide that information, not allow that information to come to open space and an open domain. Unfortunately, because if this would have come out, I am sure various nations would have already started their research and would have come out with some kind of protocol which would have been better, because UN unfortunately did not do what it was supposed to do. And I'm very proud to say this, and I've seen this on the net, that international organizations, while have belittled and scolded and written very negative about the UN's approach and WHO's approach, have in fact said some very kind words about how the central government in India has approached this virus. I'm also very proud to say that in the chief minister, the minister in Kerala also did some fantastic job in how Corona was controlled, and they put in various protocols, which I've been told was subsequently adopted by the central government. It so at the first tranche, it took more than 67 days to infect more than 1 lakh people, and in 12 days it kind of started extending, and now it is on a day-to-day basis. The last count, as far as I know, after a number of people were healed, is approximately 10 lakh odd in India as of now. But again, this is a figure which probably is quite debatable. The problem with corona as an illness is, and before I talk about the courts, is that the fear mentality and the mixture of fact and fiction. The fear mentality is that there are certain basic protocols, that you shall not touch another person, that you shall maintain distance, that you shall wear a mask. Now these things we do not do. The fear mentality is we somehow are afraid that it would be transmitted merely by touching somebody else, that it is some kind of a transmittable disease that can happen without, despite all control, which is not the case. Now, coming specifically to how the courts have handled corona epidemic, is that as soon as this pandemic occurred and there was a lockdown, the courts shut physically and spend that time. And I'm very proud to say within 48 hours, many of the courts started functioning as virtual courts. So things like WebEx and certain other online portals were adopted to ensure that there was video conferencing facility with the courts, and all the urgent matters like bails and writs and habeas corpus, which basically means bring the body if somebody has been illegally arrested, were brought to the notice of the court, and the court started functioning. Eventually, apart from the High Court and trial courts, Supreme Court, various tribunals, various organizations which pander, which help the judicial mechanism, also started functioning. And I'm very happy to say that most of the court matters are happening, and which has taught us a very important thing. You see, a lawyer or a litigant would wake up in the morning, go to the court, stand in line for 2 hours to gain entry, sit in the court till 4:30 and wait for his matter to come up. Many a times the matter would not come up. He would have to go again, or she would have to go again. This was not only wasting manpower, human resources. It was also causing brain drain, as in the sense that a mind that could be utilized for the economy, personal economy, or for professional economy, which is for the business of India, was not being utilized. It was also causing resources wastage. Resources wastage in the sense that if a person drives down, he's wasting petrol. If he's taking public transportation, he's wasting a seat. And then electricity, water, maintenance cost of the courts, etc. All of that was being utilized and being wasted. And there was an imminent fear before this pandemic that courts cannot operate virtually, that there is some kind of danger or disrespect if the courts start operating virtually and there are video conferences. But Corona taught us not only courts can function properly, efficiently, and effectively virtually, but so can a lot of businesses. I've been told that many of you who work in various organizations are able to operate better, more in fact, sitting at home, working on your computers and sending the information, the work that you finished every evening, than you could have otherwise. You're not only saving on that time, which is travel time, but you're also saving out a number of resources because you can function better and in the comfort of your home. This is exactly how the courts also are operating as on date. Matters which are not important are not being taken. Matters which are important are being taken virtually. Now, even those matters where you think, irrespective whether they're important or not, if you do not want a virtual hearing, you can apply, go to the court and seek a physical hearing of the matter and go to the court and argue. Protocols are being put in place. There are glass cages which have been put in which the judges sit, glass cages put in where the court staff sits. There are also protocols taken now taken to for the protection of lawyers. However, much has still to be done. As I said, that we are not empathetic towards human life, and down the food chain, we think less and less of human life, and because of which the clients, the litigants are really not being taken care of. They're being stopped from coming to the court. There is not enough protective mechanism for lawyers who still are bunched up in a chicken coop and have to argue the matter. So much has to be done. And this empathy has to be not only for lawyers, as I said, not only for litigants, but each and every citizen of India. Because only when we respect human life, irrespective of his caste, irrespective of his color, irrespective of his religion, irrespective of his sex, if we respect human life, not just because he's an Indian, but we respect human life because he is a human life, and that every human life has to be respected. Only then we would not only become better human beings, we would become a better nation, we would become a better society. Today, when we are on the road, if we respect even a beggar by not giving him alms, but finding ways that that person can find a job, you have done something which is of higher karma. If you do not spit outside, and for those people who have those pan parag and gutka, you respect the road on which you are traveling and stop spitting there. You've done something better for humankind, for yourself, and for humanity in general. If you have some money and you can donate something in a government hospital and you go there so that a person who's sitting there does not have basic sustenance to eat can probably have a proper roti or chawal, rice or chapati, you've done something better. There's better karma in play. Or can buy better medicines from the market. You've done better karma. You've created better humanity. We as lawyers can tell you that not only during COVID, but especially before that, we have been doing a lot of pro bono work. Pro bono work is where we don't charge certain people for a certain time for the work that we do for them. And I can tell you that doing pro bono work has taught me something, that karma instantly pays. I can tell you some of the best work that we've done, for example, for the environment, for certain medical cases, for doctors, for government hospitals. We were not paid. These were pro bono work. But I think the good karma that we did created avenues that helped change the laws, that our name came in various newspapers, that we were told later that this has been adopted by various states and thousands of patients are getting benefited. Or when we did the CNG matter, we were very proud to say that CNG, because of CNG laws having been changed because of our writ, there are more CNG vehicles on the road. CNG retrofitment is being permitted, that the quality of air and environment has improved. When we did this case about scrapping of end-of-life vehicles in Delhi, and we managed to get the Mayapuri industrial area shut down, I don't know how many people wrote to us and called us to thank us, saying that the water around their place used to smell funny because of the acid that was thrown on the floor, on the ground, or because of the chemicals that were leaked from old vehicles. The good karma is that because of that, there were media houses and journalists that kind of took that to notice and wrote certain good comments and good things about us, which of course gave us credibility, and that is why I am probably before you. Corona is a pandemic. It is an event. It can teach you two things. It can either teach you to become a hoarder, to become exclusionary, to forget everyone else and only to take care of yourself and your family. Or it can help grow your soul, grow your thoughts, and grow you, to evolve you, so that you encompass your neighbors, so that you encompass fellow human beings. There are many people now, like you, for example, have used this time to assimilate knowledge, to get knowledgeable people together so that there is sharing of idea. All of you here today have a higher purpose. It is not to just say whatever little you know, but somehow to share ideas and to help certain systems evolve, to find out any loopholes and to plug it, and to find things that work so that those can be heard by, to told to the powers that be so that it can be incorporated and adopted. As citizens, if you do these small things, stop spitting on the road, stop somebody from spitting on the road, ask people to wear a mask, buy 100 masks and just distribute it to ensure that other people wear masks. Very, very small things. You will help battle corona. You will help save lives. You will make this time meaningful, not only for yourself, but for others who will learn from an example when they look at you. That is all that I have to say. I'm open for questions if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kapil Sankla. I know Mr. Kapil Sankla for many years, and he has been doing a lot of things in the interest of the public, larger public, and therefore it's my duty to at least introduce him properly, what he really does about. Uh, Mr. Kapil Sankla is the founder of Sankla and Associates, a commercial and corporate law firm. Sankla Associate is a premier law firm of India with multiple offices in Delhi, Gurgaon, Chandigarh in India, offices in New York, USA, and strategic alliances Mumbai, Calcutta, Chennai, Jaipur, Noida, Faridabad, and Port Blair. Sought for its firefighting and strategic solution capabilities, it has been retained by various multinational and international clients to watch and protect their interests. With the opening of its first international office in New York, Sakla Associates are gearing to provide better services to their clients with international presence and practice. Sakla Associates are members of Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industries FICCI, Indian Council of Arbitration ICA, Supreme Court Bar Association SBA, Delhi High Court Bar Association DHBA, Delhi Bar Association DBA, amongst others. Mr. Sakla has been a really inspiration for me as far as law and legal aspects is concerned, because he has been helping me in various ways in the interest of the public. Of course, wherever there are problems in the society, when I come to him, he has been always been a guide to me. He has been a motivator to me. He has been forcing me to do something for the benefit of the society. And as you have heard him saying here, that whatever should be done in the interest of the public. Thank you very much, Mr. Kapil Sankla. We are really proud to have you here, and it's a great honor to have you here on this forum. And I hope that in future also you will definitely associate with us in other webinars and in other seminars also physically. Thank you very much.
It is my personal pleasure and honor that you've invited me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kapil sir.
Before
Your advices are much needed to the society and the youth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Before Mr. Kapil Sankla leaves this forum, is there anybody who wants to ask any question? Dr. Lakshmi is from National Law University. She is an assistant professor in National Law University. You want to ask any question to Mr.
In
Kapil
Delhi,
Sankla?
is it? NLU Delhi?
DSNLU Visakhapatnam, sir.
Visakhapatnam. All right. I have just been invited to give a guest lecture for 4 days in NLU Delhi on the art of criminal law. So I was thinking that probably I'll meet her in Delhi if that is the case. But please tell me, madam.
Thank you, sir. It's very wonderful speech I've heard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am. An absolute pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'll take your leave. I have a conference. It's such an honor. Thank you.
Kapil sir,
Yes, please.
I'd like to ask one question, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, daily laborers are suffering without single penny. They are coming from distant places, daily wages, daily labor, sir.
Yes.
I'm asking about daily labor who are coming from
Yes, ma'am.
distant places. They're moving from
Yes, ma'am.
farther places to another place. They're not having single penny in their pockets. How
ma'am.
can how such up like intellectuals, how can help for them, sir? How can we do help for them
Ma'am, I will answer it like this from an example. Around 15-18 years back, there was an NGO of some very important and well-known intellectuals who came to me to fight a case, a PIL, for a certain community. And when I had made the PIL, their officer had come and he changed the PIL. So out of 30 pages, 25 pages were dedicated to how good the people who are running the NGO is and how great the NGO itself is, what all they have done, and 5 pages were dedicated to the life and unfortunate situation of this particular community of people. They spent lakhs on that PIL, and that could have been spent much better by taking care of that particular community. And that taught me something, that we as intellectuals, unfortunately, are so stuck in our books, that we are so good at theory, that we don't want to do anything practical except to sit down over tea and discuss what the law is. As intellectuals, when we talk about the daily wages, tell me what is the best idea that comes in your mind apart from writing an article, going to the court, filing a PIL, or berating the government. If there is a positive thought that you have, my suggestion is you follow it. In Delhi, there is a Sikh community, madam, that every morning gets up. They do not rely on the government. They do not rely on local government or central government. They get together and put like 100, 200 rupees. What they say is that from the profit, whatever generated, 10% of the amount we will put together. And they just pool in that money. They cook food in the Gurdwara. They take a car and they go to certain places, including outside ISBT, which is the main bus terminal in Delhi. And they just serve food to the daily wagers, the poor and the needy who sleep on the road. And I think their karma, what they are doing is much better than somebody like me who will probably go to the court, file a PIL, argue a matter, and get a paper decree in their favor. So you and I as intellectuals have Saraswati sitting in our tongue, which means that we have the gift of the gab. Let us use this to do something concrete and positive without relying on the government. I think John F. Kennedy said that, ask not what the government can do for you, but ask what you can do for the government. Here, ask not what the government can do for the general public, but what you can do for the general public. And if you have an answer to that, and you have 5 other people who have answers to that, and you get together, madam, I think you would not only help so many of these poor and needy, but actually be that hope and be an example to hundreds of students who would probably be the reason, the catalyst of change. This is what I think, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Madam.
Your question is answered.
Yes, sir.
You are satisfied now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And for giving us your precious time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, Anuya, who is the next speaker?
CH Lakshmi, ma'am, sir.
Okay. Then you introduce her. Introduce Dr. Lakshmi.
Okay, sir. I feel it's a great time to call upon Dr. Lakshmi Chebolu, Associate Professor, Damodaram Sanjeevaya National Law University, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. She has 22 years of teaching experience and worked as lecturer in Degree College. Awarded Perinarayan Murthy Memorial Gold Medal for Best PhD Thesis in Law. She published articles, attended seminars in international level, delivered guest lectures on human rights and women rights. She was invited by All India Radio Station, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, on topic Legal Awareness Program. I would like to invite Lakshmi ma'am onto the stage to present her talk.
Thank you very much. Am I audible and visible?
Yes,
Is
ma'am,
there
you
any
are
disturbance
audible.
from my
You are audible, but your video is slightly, I think,
shaking?
not okay because your face is not proper. There is a very
Yes.
huge gap on the top. Very huge gap on the top. Little more. That's all. That's all. That's all. No, no, no. Again, it has gone to the same position. Yes. Leave it. No, it has gone back to the same position.
Oh. Because in other rooms, it's a lot of disturbance. Some carpentry work is going.
But you just push your mobile camera from the bottom. You push it behind. Little bit. Push it behind.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yes, now it is slightly okay, but can you push it a little more from bottom? Push it back from the bottom. Push it back little more. Push it back. No, 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 no.
Not back, sir. It little bit come forward. But again, it's going back.
That's the problem.
Yeah, because other rooms there is some carpentry work is going. It's a newly constructed house.
No problem. You carry on with this then.
And thank you very much, sir. And in fact, it is an immense pleasure to be a part of this international webinar on COVID-19 challenges, preparedness, and management. And first, I must be thankful to the Srivastava sir, who gave me a wonderful opportunity to be a part of this international webinar and to share some of my views in this august presence of intellectual fraternity. And I'm also thankful to the organizing committee of the Mother Teresa Women's University. Thank you all. And come to the topic. Sir, can I present my topic? Can I share it? PPT? Or it's not required?
Yes, yes, you can present. You can present, please. If you feel it is important, you do it, sir.
Because certain digital initiatives, for that only I have to show. Otherwise, not required. Sorry, just try. Just try. Otherwise, I will drop. Okay, sir. It's not actually. It's, I think some problem from here. No, I'm not getting. Okay. And my topic is on COVID-19 and its impact on higher education and mostly Indian perspective. Am I visible right now? Is it shared? I don't.
Yes, ma'am, you're clear.
I'm clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it is not shared. The PPT is not shared. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then I'll continue. Sorry.
Okay.
And my topic is on COVID-19 and its impact on higher education, Indian perspective. As we all know, we are passing through a very tough and unpredictable phase in our life. COVID-19, in fact, has changed substantially the way we live. We know how it, in fact, it had adverse effects on various fields, including education sector, isn't it? Globally, many states, in fact, closed their educational institutions since the month of February. It actual phase started from February second week onwards, and it affects maximum the entire world is, and with that effect we can observe in the very fast stages of the decade of this decade the entire thing is that it is the action of the states to accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, that is education, that was in fact affected severely. And according to the UNESCO, that is on 1st April reports, higher education institutions and that is almost all the schools were closed, mostly in 185 countries, and it affects nearly 1.5 billion students. And according to the survey of our MHRD, that is the Government of India, on higher education, here we have more than 1,000 universities and 40,000 more colleges and 10,725 standalone institutions. They are all, in fact, contribution towards education. And out of these institutions, nearly 37.4 million students are getting benefits. But with the effect of this COVID, all these learners, they stopped to go to the schools and colleges. That is mostly in India. We can say this. We can see the situation from the third week of the March due to the complete lockdown in our state, and all educational activities brought to an end, and it has created, in fact, an unprecedented test on education sector. The COVID-19, in fact, confronted almost all the institutions with a sudden and unprepared shift towards the online education. But here also there are the several factors included. The main factors are the availability and accessibility of the technical infrastructure and capacity building of the teachers and distance learning competencies, and also availability and accessibility of students, that is regard to devices and then net facility. These are all, in fact, had a crucial role in education aspect. And furthermore, we can observe this situation especially in the low and middle income countries. They were unable to shift in those states, especially they were unable to shift to this online education because of the lack of proper technical infrastructure. And another thing is, it is also, in fact, a great challenge to teachers, especially in certain subjects, that is sciences and veterinary studies, in fact, where there is more practical training required. Despite all these challenges, the higher education institutions and authorities, they reacted very positively and managed to ensure the continuity of teaching, learning, research, and service to the society with certain tools and techniques during this entire COVID period. Here in this session, I want to highlight especially three aspects. That is, I want to highlight the impact of the COVID-19 on higher education, especially in India, and what are the initiatives, the digital initiatives, in fact, taken by the higher educational institutions and the Government of India to provide flawless educational services during the COVID period. And further, what are the necessary measures to be taken to combat the future challenges in the educational institutions? If you observe these immediate impact of the COVID, the first thing we can find there is a havoc, especially in the education sector. The reason is when there are no students, there are no faculty, there is no proper staff, then then there is a duty devolves upon the educational institutions to provide education. So this is, in fact, the biggest and immediate challenge, that is to continue teaching learning process. But every challenge has certain some hope, that is to provide new opportunities. We know to live with COVID-19 era, many alternatives will be forced to develop to substitute the old style of man-machine functioning and delivery knowledge. Education will also not cannot protect from these alternatives, and suddenly you have to shift to online teaching. That is from convention. There is totally paradigm shift to the convention from conventional teaching to online teaching. Hence, thereby we all members, in fact, learn so much of technology and various tools to provide education within a span of few days only. I think in our institutes, in our university, we started classes from April 3rd week onwards. From there onwards, we are continuously handling the classes. And we also conducted final year examinations also. And we sent one batch, that is 2015 to 20 batch, they cleared, and they received the degree certificate also. So like that, we can find a complete shift from conventional mode to online education system. But this switch to online education has, in fact, ensures the students suffer no loss of education and their progress is being tackled continuously for their development. But I think mostly probably it is the first time in India there is a complete paradigm shift to the virtual world, blending classrooms with online learning. And further, higher educational institutions, in addition to this, they also conducted many orientation programs and induction programs, various conferences and webinars and workshops to create motivation among the students. And in many educational institutions, students are also submitted their projects and internship reports to the universities to mail also. And another important aspect we can find, that is the major chunk in the admission system. That is, admission system is totally fractured. We know here, though foreign universities are totally depending on the online, and here also many deemed universities, they completed their online admission process and started their that is academic year through online. But even on today also, traditional universities, this is as per the guidance of the UGC on September 22nd, and now universities are going to start their admission process. This is also a big hurdle to the education sector. And another important aspect is cancellation of examinations and internet, especially for the final year students also. There is cancellation of internal assessments and external examinations. These are all great. These are all effect on the that is the students' learning system. And in addition to that, we can observe that there is a cancellation of many entrance examinations. But anyway, in the month of September, the many entrance examinations recently only conducted. But earlier, this was a lot of problem faced by the student community. And another important thing is now universities also started to conduct final year examinations with the directions of the Supreme Court in the recent case, that is UGC versus states case. It's clearly stated, Supreme Court clearly specified that without conducting the final year examinations, universities cannot promote the students. That is the reason in our state already final year examinations have started. And another important aspect we can observe that there is maximum, that is maximum that is difference that is we can find in between the students, that is maximum inequities and inequalities we can observe because of the technological infrastructure. Though India is today, this is digitalized India, but now it is not in a position to completely provide digital education to the entire India. Only 25% of the students are now in a position to utilize these services during the COVID-19, and remaining students, even in our class also continuously, but out of 120 and 108 students, only 60 and 70% are attending the classes. Though we are doing our level best from our side, but due to the technological infrastructure what we have, so that is the reason they are not fully getting the advantages. So these unprivileged students will be held back due to the current resource. But at the same time, governments and educational institutions, they are doing their level best to provide the necessary services and to resolve this problem. But anyway, one thing we must appreciate that COVID-19 in fact changed our education pattern and from conventional mode to this online mode. One way it is a good sign also, because anyway in this globalized area we have to shift to this. But COVID-19 in fact forced us with a higher speed of learning. And the important and one more thing, importance of e-learning is also emphasized in national education policy, what is recently uh, is, yeah, decided by the Government of India, that is on 29th July. And another important aspect we can observe that there is college placements and internships, and it affects on the employment of the, that is employment opportunities of the students. Because even that is in the month of March and April, even management institutes like IIT, Pune, IIM Pune, and Mumbai. These are also actually the time being they postpone their campus interviews and GDs. These are also reflected on the employment opportunities, and with that effect we can find there is a student debt crisis. We know in India most of the students they take educational loans for their higher studies. So when this particular employment market does not pick them up, it again impact on their financial matter, and in turn it increases the stress and depression due to their educational loans. And another factor we can observe is mobility rate of the students. So international and national student mobility by higher education is also in fact that according to the QS Indian students mobility report, it is stated this COVID-19 had impact on nearly 48.46 of students who aspired to study abroad in the recent past. It affected their decision. So the like anyway, students' safety and well-being issues are more important to deciding all these factors. But whatever it might be, COVID impact had serious effect impact on these issues. And another aspect we can notice that academic research and professional development. But here we can observe both negative and positive impacts also. So why I'm saying that negative and positive impact? Negative impact we can observe in the empirical studies. But in empirical studies anyway, without getting the necessary information to go there and getting necessary inquiry method and interview method, it is not at all possible to complete the research. So for empirical, it is a drawback. It was a drawback, and it had a severe impact on the empirical. But when we come to the doctrinal research, nowadays almost all the academicians they are well acquainted with the technology, because COVID-19 in this COVID-19 we are all in fact tech savvy. All the students and teachers have become tech savvy. So with this technology, so they have plenty of time, moreover, to for their publications, that is book publications and the articles publications. That it has even in fact more of plenty of opportunity to the for their professional development of the academicians. And these are all the impacts we observed during this COVID era. Uh, uh, and in addition, but anyway, higher educational institutions and educational authorities reacted very positively and have taken almost all the reasonable steps to ensure flawless educational services. And here we can observe that we have many digital initiatives. In fact, it was set up from 1985 onwards, we can say, because 1985 heralded for digital education during Rajiv Gandhi's, that is late Rajiv Gandhi's time, former PM Rajiv Gandhi's time. From there onwards, we can say, but in the recent years, it developed, but especially in the COVID-19 era, we can find the maximum that is students, researchers, and these academicians, they relied upon all these sources. But anyway, the maximum institutions, educational institutions, they are following various social media apps like this Google Meet and YouTube Live and the Cisco and Zoom. We are following Cisco and Google Meet also earlier. We followed in our university. Now presently we are following Cisco. So all these are all actually apps we are taking to disseminate the knowledge to the students. But in addition to that, MHRD and that UGC provided various virtual platform to the entire educational sector. That is, in the PG level, we can observe that Gyan Kusha and Gyan Darshan and Gyan Dhara, these are all the various web portals, that is educational portals. These are developed by the IGNOU. That is for distance learners. That is, one is relating to the digital repository to store and share the digital learning resources. And Gyan Darshan, it is a web-based TV channel. It to provide opportunities to the that is distance learners. And Gyandhara, it is a web radio where the students can listen to live discussions, teachers and experts, and later they can clear the doubts by way of email or again telephoning them. And Swayam, this is a very, very important educational portal. This is study webs of active learning for young aspiring minds. This is nearly more than 140 universities in India approved these courses, and many academicians and students and researchers further their career development, they are joining in these courses. Nearly 150 universities actually approved this, and this is a credit based course. And another thing is it provided more than 200 disciplines. And so these are all the things we can observe under the head. Swayam is very, very important impact educational portal to the present community, to the present educational sector. And Swayam Prabha, this is through the 32 DTH channels, this educational information will be provided. And another thing is EPG Pathashala and Pacha and E-Adhanam. So these are all for the PG students. In EPG Pathashala, these are all the various books and online study material would be provided. And E-Pacha, this is a software driven course. This is offline one. And E-Adhyana, through this also there are the various informations provided. It is in fact, it is derived from EPG Pathashala. So these are all the various digital initiatives have been provided. And E-Entra, that is also another digital initiative. It provides hands-on experiences on graduate, that is for hands-on experiences with embedded system. These are nearly about 380 labs and more than 2,300 educational institutions are getting benefit out of this particular web portal. And another thing is, this is also very, very important thing, National Digital Library of India. It was in fact established in the year 2006, but this was in fact designed and developed by IIT Kharagpur. And here it is a multidisciplinary one, and it is also it is a multidisciplinary one, and it is also for multiple users. And another important thing is through this, students can prepare for their competitive examinations and entrance examinations. And another feature is it's also accessible to the students through on their mobile apps. So even now also you can test it on your mobile. And for C, this is also one library sources. This is software for educationals and professionals also. And Virtual Labs, these are all web-enabled curriculum-based experiments designed for remote operations. So these are all more than this, through this portal, there are more than 100 virtual labs and more than 700 plus web-enabled experiments are students then easily find out in this. And it will be very helpful to the both undergraduate students, PG students, as well as researchers also. And another one is E-Shodhana and Shodhganga. These are also very, very important web portals for all the academicians and both researchers and students also. E-Shodhana is providing more than 35,000 ebooks and various journals it has been providing. This is with a but minimum rate of subscription only. But Shodhganga, through these researchers, that is, it is a platform for in fact research students. They can deposit their particular thesis and makes it available to the entire scholar community. It is in open access. So like that, these are all the various educational portals you can observe. These are all the digital initiatives promoted by the government of India. And another important thing is NEET, that is National Educational Alliance for Technology. This is a public and private partnership model between the government of India and there are certain educational technology companies of India. It brings, in fact, the best technological products to educational pedagogy with an educational pedagogy on a single platform for the convenience of the learners. Like this, these are all the various educational portals you can observe. And through this, what we can understand, so education is not only confined to classrooms, because in this era, in this period also, we are through experiential based only. We learn all these things. And this is also one of the important theme of the National Educational Policy, experiential and integrated and holistic educational system. That is from KG to PG is also emphasized. The same actually before before NUP came into existence, we are in fact not following, because this online education is not only for higher education, even for KG students, even if the first standard and second students are also the teachers are continuously sending certain assignments or homeworks through the mobile or WhatsApp, through the mobiles and WhatsApps and mails to these students. So these online education is not only for a higher education, the KG level, from KG to PG also we can find this shift. That is so. And in addition to that, another important portal is Sakshat. If you visit Sakshat, so every material relating to the education portal you can find there. This is an one-stop educational portal, and it provides from time to time it provides the entire information about all the educational portals and the certain news related to the MHRD. And so, with all these initiatives, we can say the primary concept of NVP is now or following even from today, that is that is from the month of April onwards by the entire education sector. And so we can say, even though India has taken various steps, especially in the educational sector, but it is not enough to meet all these challenges. So still there is more. India has to keep more investments on technological um, infrastructure, because it is not enough to meet our day-to-day challenges. And another thing is learning assessment. And learning assessment and examination pattern, these are all approaches shall be reviewed if you want to, because anyway for time being we have to rely on this online teaching. So these are all the assessments should be reviewed at once, and high quality of open source educational learning resources in various Indian languages are also very much required. But only availability only in English, in Hindi, and two languages is not good enough to provide the services to the educational community. And training of staff and faculty of online teaching and learning pedagogy, this is also very much required. And in addition to that, nowadays, and the even unlock 5 is also specified from 15th October onwards. All schools and colleges they can open, but it is subject to the state government's decision. So in this stage, educational sectors they have to take certain necessary steps to combat the future challenges in the campuses. So towards this, it is always advisable to blended teaching. And moreover, this recent September 22nd UGC guidelines are also clearly specified that mix of online and offline teaching and blended teaching can differ on educational institutions. That is guideline given by the UGC, the 22nd September guidelines. And another thing is we can go for proper schedule for physical guiding and teaching, because all 6 days instead of providing classroom teaching on 6 days, it is better to go for 3 to 4 days, and remaining days we can guide the students. And another important thing is campuses will call for creating a digital persona for all learners. We have to in fact inculcate this particular digital persona, and need for implementation of all the protocols and assessment system also need to be changed, and all the libraries need to be digitalized. So these are all the important things to be observed by the educational institutions to combat the future challenges when once these universities or institutions, educational institutions are reopened. So So finally, what I have to say is, in this pandemic, we learned so many things, and moreover, we have become tech savvies. And in addition to that, I can say this gives an opportunity for change in our pedagogical methods, and that is from KG to PG. And in addition to that, in fact, it gives a call to renew our commitment towards the sustainable development goal, that is goal number 4, that is education. And the current crisis is also tested our ability to deal with large scale of disruptives. So it is now up to us to build us as its legacy a more resilient society. Thank you. Thank you very much, Srivastava sir, for giving me an opportunity on this international webinar. Thank you. With these few words, I'm completing this.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We girls take you as a role model. Thank you so much for your advices and suggestions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lakshmi. It's not that I have given you some opportunity. It's actually that you have given the opportunity to people to hear what you have experienced in your life, what you have researched in your life, in your career, and in your education. And whatever you have learned, that opportunity today you have given to all, they will listen to your talk, and everybody will get benefited out of this. Now, please don't go away, because now I am going to uh, start a small mini debate on a very on a very small issue, because debate has to be a part of our progressing life. Unless we know how to ask questions, unless we know what are the problems, and unless we know the solutions to those problems, we cannot progress, we cannot rise. So I thought maybe we'll discuss today. A lot of people are joining us here, and I would like to ask all of you a very small question. And maybe Dr. Lakshmi is here, so she will first uh, tell me about this. What is the meaning of a webinar? Is it that you just register by paying some money and get a certificate, or is it something more?
Though that is one side, but the other side is sharing of knowledge. Sharing of knowledge. Actually, that is very much required in this present scenario. And moreover, COVID-19 gave a lot of opportunity, because in the normal days, generally, we don't find this number of webinars and seminars. We have to agree with that. And moreover, is it possible to me to go to the Kodaikanal or Delhi to participate in this international webinar? No, it is not at all possible. So we have to accept it. So sharing of the knowledge, that is very much required.
Yeah, but the point is that why do we need a certificate?
Sir, certificate because for academicians, this additional academic excellence, academic proficiency, excellency in proficiency. So they have to show it. So, and this is a demand from the higher authorities.
So to meet the demands, it is not necessary to share the experience, to share the knowledge.
Both. So both are required. That's what I'm saying. It is a two sides of a coin. One is this certificate is required, as well as sharing of knowledge is also very much required.
What is the reason you feel that people join webinars? They are keeping their videos switched off. As we can see on the screen, 100% videos are switched off, except we three are here. The coordinator is here. You are here. Our moderator is here, and I am here.
And sir, in many webinars, and another thing, in many webinars, what I found in Cisco and Zoom, totally that is controlled by them. They, unless they make us in the panel list, we don't have that that is freedom to control our mic and video. No? We can't control that. That is totally in the that is organizers. That is
That
a
is why
panels of the post.
that is why
So that is in, that is in fact inconvenience to the entire participants also. I think that might be the reason generally people don't want to that is turn off their videos.
no, see,
That might be the reason.
muting the audio is acceptable also, and it can be understood by everyone. But muting the video, which means whether you are present there or not, is not a guaranteed thing. If you are present, your video
Yes.
should be on. Nobody is switching on the video. What could be the reason? Either they are connected and they have taken the mobile in their pocket and they are not bothered to listen to what you are saying, what I am saying, what other speakers are talking, and they at the end of the day they will say that I have participated in the webinar, give me a certificate. So I want to know
Yes, I
what
know
is
that.
the benefit of the certificate, what is the use of the certificate, and why do you need a certificate? Because I will tell you a very small example. As far as I am concerned, uh, mm, as on date, I am a total uneducated man. I have not studied even class 1, and I don't have any degree, any diploma, any certificate, because whatever I possessed during my education career, all the degrees and diplomas I have thrown. I don't have it with me now. Whatever degrees and diplomas were there, now they are inside this. I don't know. I had never to show anyone that I am qualified, I am educated, and I never know. Nobody asked me also that are you educated, are you qualified? Nobody asked me. So here, what is the reason of collecting certificates? The reason I could understand is to gain API score, to get benefit in academic career. And you tell me whether the certificates will give benefit in the academic career or the knowledge. What is more important to get?
Knowledge.
I have thrown my certificates. That is why I'm asking you. Did I do a mistake or what? I want to understand that.
Certificates anyway are very much required, sir. You know about that. But knowledge is more required than certificates.
Acha, tell me one more thing. You are an associate professor there.
No,
Will
no,
you
I'm assistant only, sir, not assistant.
in Andhra Pradesh and other states, the people who reach the stage of professor also are not designated as professor. Why? They say that the college doesn't have proper infrastructure, proper research facilities, and that is why we will not. They are not able to do their research work properly, and therefore they are not knowledgeable, and therefore we will not designate them as professors. So my question is that under such circumstances, are the students not deprived of proper education? If the college doesn't have infrastructure and research facility, what is happening to the children? What is happening to our students?
So there is no opportunity to do further research, sir. First research, then further research.
Who will give that opportunity? That opportunity has been given to the teachers that you bring a certificate and get your API score and let the students go to dogs. Anyway, we'll continue this discussion. I think Dr. P.V. Sudhakar, Principal, Dean, Andhra Medical College, has joined with us, and we are soon going to hear him. Anuya, can you see whether he is connected? Dr. Sudhakar,
Yes.
are you connected with us?
Yes, sir. He's connected.
Dr. Sudhakar, are you connected with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, sir, connected, sir. Sir, connected. But in mute mein hai, sir.
Yes, sir. He is connected, sir.
Okay. Are you ready to deliver your talk, sir?
Yes, sir. You're coming. Just 1 minute, sir.
Okay. Okay. By
Just
the time
1 minute.
we'll introduce him at least.
Yeah, he's already here, sir. Just he has come, sir. Yeah, he's come.
Okay. Anuya, can you introduce him?
Yes,
Can
sir.
you introduce Dr. Sudhakar?
Yes, sir. Shall I, sir? Shall I
Good
introduce?
evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Sharma.
We'll first
Good
introduce
evening.
you and then take your talk, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. I feel privileged to call upon Dr. P.V. Sudhakar, Principal of Andhra Medical College, Visakhapatnam. He is a professor and head of Department of Plastic Surgery at Andhra Medical College, Visakhapatnam at Andhra Pradesh. He has received prestigious awards. Some of them were: he was awarded for outstanding services 7 times by the collector. He was awarded State Best Teacher by Chief Minister Y.S. Rajshekar Reddy of AP in 2007. He is the recipient of Rupa Shilpi and Seva Brahma awards, besides many more. We are really honored to have P.V. Sudhakar on this platform today. May I request P.V. Sudhakar sir to present his talk? We welcome you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I thought it's more of an interaction, and if thank you very much, Mr. Srivastava, for having me online. And also, I wish to answer questions rather than giving a lecture. So, if there are any queries, you can just put forth so that I'll be able to answer them.
Okay, sir, I have a small question about COVID-19, because COVID-19 is become a big issue today in the whole of world. And therefore, what I could understand, and my mind doesn't accept what is happening today, is because when I talk to you, when I talk to other medical experts, when I talk to WHO experts, we have said that the mortality rate in COVID-19 patients is about 2.5 to 3%, not more than that. The patients needing critical care need is hardly 7.5%, and 2.5% needs ventilator facility. Despite this, we are increasing infrastructure and medical facilities for treatment of COVID-19, which is not available as per WHO. There is no treatment, only management for about 10% people who are into critical care. And what is more required is prevention and protection, and which requires more of distribution of PPE kits, more of distribution of masks to general public, poor people, free of cost distribution. If that happens, I think the cost also would cut down to about 90% of the total expenditure which is being incurred now in creating infrastructure for 10,000 bedded hospitals for COVID-19. There are big COVID centers in Delhi. I am unable to understand this. If you can throw some light on this, why this kind of infrastructure is being developed when TB patients are moving on the road without admission. Many diabetes patients are dying because of no treatment. They are not being treated. In Delhi, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, you go and booking an appointment with the doctors, you don't get for months together. 370. My wife has sugar level, and I've been trying for last 15 days. The director himself is pushing that you please give him time, but we have no time. They have no time to see the patients. They will only see COVID-19 patients. They will only admit COVID-19 patients, whereas the mortality rate is only 2.5%. I am unable to understand the whole scene. What is it, sir? Can you throw some light on this?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Srivastava. And you have, as you have rightly pointed out, it is the prevention which is the key in any society. If we can prevent diseases, I think there is nothing like it. As you understand, the prevention of COVID is basically related to the public education. It is not as much of distributing the masks, not as much of providing the PPE kits, but it is about the mass education. As we see them day in and day out, as the process of unlocking has started, people started thronging in the streets, not wearing the mask, thinking that the whole pandemic is over, which is not appropriate. As you have rightly pointed out, 85% of the patients do not require treatment because it is self-limiting, and because most of the people will have the immunity to counter this particular infection. About 15% of them would require some sort of treatment and hospitalization, of which about 2 to 3% would require a ventilatory support. But as you have pointed out, there are many people who are not getting their beds, not even the COVID patients also. The reason for that is that we have never had this sort of a pandemic before, and many people are requiring the hospital admission still, though it has tapered a little bit in states like Andhra Pradesh. Still, there are some states where the demand for the hospital admissions is very high, and to meet this particular demand, many governments are planning to have more and more beds. I think there is nothing wrong in that. And at the same time, as you have rightly pointed out, we cannot ignore people who are non-COVID. This is what is happening. So it is striking a balance between the COVID and the non-COVID patients, not neglecting the non-COVID patients, and at the same time not sacrificing these COVID patients for the sake of the non-COVID patients is very, very important. So every hospital, every district, every state government should have a crystal clear policy with regards to how they are going to handle the COVID patients, how they are going to handle the non-COVID patients also at the same time. So as we have started treating the COVID patients, all our efforts, all our energies, all our resources have totally been given to the COVID patients. So in the process, the non-COVID patients have started suffering, and particularly we see in the hospitals like King George Hospital where I work, which is almost having 1,800 beds. There is very little of the non-COVID activity that takes place, particularly from the surgical viewpoint. So this bias or this imbalance has to be corrected once for all. COVID-19 has given a lot of experience, and at the same time, it has given us some bad experience as well. So we know how we'll be biased, how our priorities vary over a period of time, particularly when a pandemic of this nature has arisen. We all have become lopsided and trying to see only the COVID patients and not concentrating on the non-COVID patients. But it is very, very essential that, like All India Institute of Medical Sciences, they also should have a wing for the COVID, and the other patients should get it's their right to have a treatment for the non-COVID ailments also, like the diabetes, hypertension, pulmonary tuberculosis, so on and so forth. So they can never be neglected. So that's the very reason why yesterday only we have conducted a meeting with the tuberculosis officers, and our core committee has met, and we felt that it's time that we should get back to the normalcy. It's time that we take care of those patients whom we have been treating prior to the pandemic, starting of this particular pandemic. So it is the policy makers who have to make a right decision in order to take care of the entire population, whether COVID or non-COVID. Over to you, Mr. Srivastava.
Yeah, in view of my, you have rightly explained everything, but in view of my previous question, I would like to add one more thing, that I'm not talking of Andhra Pradesh or any other state. I'm staying in Delhi, so I will just like to ask you one thing about Delhi. What has happened? They have created some 10,000 bedded hospital. And every morning there is a statement in the newspaper, in all the television channels, and everywhere it is being announced that 90% of the beds are vacant. And so therefore we can assume that COVID-19 is not increasing, it is decreasing. Whereas the fact is that only 10% of them require, and others are going to home isolation. The numbers are going beyond 110,000. Is that correct? That if the beds are not occupied, the number is decreasing?
No, not at all. Not at all. This is what we have basically created, that's what exactly I'm saying. That means we should know how many patients would be requiring. So there are some beautiful institutions which are giving us or predicting the possible positivity rate, the possible number of beds that would be required. Probably the Delhi government is not going through that exercise. Like the Center for Disease Dynamics in United States, which is headed by the Mr. Ramanan Lakshmi Narayan, they are giving beautiful inputs as to what would be the likely chances of a particular place having so many number of patients. So it's important to go with them because they are all very scientific predictors. So we have to go with them and try to identify what is needed for us. So prioritization is very, very important. Constructing 10,000 bedded hospital and not having patients in that is a colossal loss of our money for the any government. So we should have optimum number of beds, which there should not be any dearth of beds. And at the same time, we should not have too many beds which are not occupied. And we should not have the dearth of beds as well as deficiency of the beds is also not acceptable. So we have to strike a balance. Good minds should sit together to find out as to what is our requirement and how many beds would be required in order to have the optimum level of occupancy. Any occupancy which is less than 60 or 70% in pandemics like this indicate that there is some serious lapse in estimating the number of beds that need to be created.
Sir, another thing, very important thing I want to ask you. I'm not basically concerned about the wastage of public fund or utilization of money in wrong direction. That is not my concern at this moment, at least because of the COVID-19 situation. I don't even think what is being wasted and what is not. Under such circumstances, many a times public money has to be wasted also. It goes waste also otherwise because there is not preparedness from the earlier times. My basic question now is that Delhi government has also established a very huge plasma bank in New Delhi, as you must be knowing, ILBS, Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences. They have constructed a very big plasma bank, and they are asking people to donate plasma for the cure of COVID-19 patients. And on the other hand, if you see, ICMR is releasing statements stating that plasma therapy is totally non-proven. It is not curing. I don't know what kind of controversy it is and how they are doing. One side they are saying it is not curable. Other side they are establishing banks of plasma. What is it all about, sir? Do you
Yeah,
also plasma
yeah,
bank?
yeah. You know what? Let me clarify on this issue. ICMR said that the infusion of plasma did not change the complication rate or the mortality rate. So the death rate or the complications have not come down because of the plasma. So when you look at infusion of the plasma, plasma therapy, inclusion of the plasma therapy in the treatment protocol, right from the beginning, in United States, when they have given the first 6 plasma uh, to patients, they found that the plasma has to be given at the time when the patient is going on to the ventilator. That means in a very sick and serious condition. So that has come to a level where it is being administered in the early phases, like in the moderate disease. So in severe diseases, people felt it is of no use. So there is a 180 degrees change in their version. So the experience of the doctors with whom we interact tell us that plasma is useful. The ones which has got a good antibody titer in that, because it has to be tested, it is useful because in few aspects. Number one, it will make the patient recover faster. Number two, and there is a patient feels better the moment it is given. So when it is given at the right moment, plasma does good. So plasma cannot be totally excluded from the therapeutic armamentarium of COVID-19. So plasma definitely has a role, though as ICMR said, it cannot prevent complications. The complication rate is not different in those who have taken plasma, and at the same time, the mortality rate is also not less in those patients who have taken plasma. However, the medical expertise tells us that the plasma has got its role provided it is given early. That means when the patient is just developing fever. So then he will recover from the fever, and that is the time when it combats the virus. So when the viremia is extensive, when the patient is very sick, perhaps this particular plasma cannot do any good. But if it is used very judiciously, when it is used in the moderate, when the disease is at a moderate stage, the plasma has got definitely a role. So plasma cannot be completely taken out of the protocol. That is what I wish to tell you. And at the same time, people banking on the plasma too much is also not appropriate. In the sense, they should not feel that the moment we have given the plasma means the patient will be all right. It is never like that. One has to understand plasma is like another drug which might act at a particular stage of the disease, but we should not rely upon the plasma too much. And having a bank is no problem, but at the same time, we have to remember that they're also educating people the pros and cons of plasma, what plasma does, what plasma cannot do is equally important. Earlier, there was a big fanfare on collecting the plasma, keeping the plasma, selling it in the black market, so on and so forth. So that's the reason why we in the government sector, we have in King George Hospital, we have the blood bank. We started collecting the plasma there also, but we use it very judiciously at a time when it is required to those places, patients where it would do some good.
I am not very much concerned about the quantity of plasma that is being collected. Even if they are collecting 100 plasma from 100 people and they are curing only 10, then also it's okay, because under such pandemic situation, under such panicky situation where it is actually a health emergency, then that also is not a very big issue. The issue is that the statement of ICMR has created a lot of confusion in the patients, in the patient's attendants, and in the people also. And they are saying, no, 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 we will not take plasma as a therapy because it's dangerous. ICMR has said it is not good. It affects the health also. So this kind of statement, I think it is not right to say unless it is fully proven fact. And don't you think it is not the right thing that they have stated?
Yeah, actually, ICMR has been very committed, and ICMR has given a statement which is very balanced. But only thing is, it is the way it has been understood by the people. The way it has been interpreted by different agencies that has created the chaos. Like I have told you, it said only there are two keywords here we have to understand: complications, death. So it said in those individuals where it has been given, the complication rate has not reduced, the death rate also has not reduced. But it never said that there will not be any improvement in the patient's general health. It never said that. So the indications has to be understood well. So ICMR cannot say that this is good or this is bad. It can only tell us that under what circumstances what can be expected of it and what cannot be expected of it. Maybe ICMR could have elaborated it to a larger extent, but it did say that the usage of the plasma has to be on the clinical judgment of the doctor. That also has been, that indicates that ICMR has not completely ruled out giving plasma. The only problem is misunderstanding and misinterpretation by various agencies when they are talking about what ICMR has said. But ICMR has been, it has been very cautious when it has said that the complication rate or the death rate has not come down.
Yeah, you are right. But under such circumstances, also, these people, the media people who are accelerating the whole thing, what is being said, and they are adding something to it, and they are publishing. That also is not good. And under such circumstances, the government also should take some steps to stop them writing like this, because I have read somewhere that this has happened and people are scared of taking plasma. Now, one more question is there in my mind. There is an organization, sir, in Pune, if you know, that they are making some testing kits, the government organization, and they're making very cheap with through the fiber, this thing, microfibers, and it costs 1 rupee or 2 rupee per kit. And here, what is happening? I know this for about last 2 months. They are manufacturing this kit, and it's a government organization, definitely a foolproof thing and definitely a reliable thing. But I don't know why people are charging 4,500 and 8,000 rupees for testing. Even in government hospitals, they are charging, I believe, not, this is not free of cost. If it is 2 rupee cost, then it can be tested almost free of cost for anybody. Government can definitely spend 2 rupees for, what could be the reason behind it, sir? Is it going through commercial zone and then 2 rupees becomes 4,000 rupees? Is it like that, or what is it? Or they are rejecting this microfiber kit and they are using the uh, uh, other kit that ICMR has developed? What is it?
To be frank, I have no idea about this 2 rupee kit that you are talking about, but we have to understand that there are certain standardized tests as approved internationally and also by the ICMR. So they are can be grouped under two. One is the actual virus or the antigen that is tested, or tests which are wherein we to see how many antibodies are there. So it's an indirect evidence. So the standardized gold standard test today, even today, is the RT-PCR. And the other tests like the antigen tests and all, though the positivity rate is high, but they can never get themselves compared to the, they never come closer to the RT-PCR. RT-PCR is still the gold standard. If you think that the test that you are referring to is going to substitute for the RT-PCR, perhaps that needs to be adapted. But I do not know what it is, so I cannot comment on that.
Okay.
With regards to the RT-PCR, RT-PCR would cost normally anywhere around 1,300 or 1,400 rupees. It costs. But you know, this pandemic has become a boon for many people, as you understand. For some of the hospitals, some labs, they started encashing on the ignorance of the people, and people artificially escalating the prices, doing them in areas where they are not supposed to do also. So there are many things that have happened during this pandemic, but the government of Andhra Pradesh, I can vouch for it, is spending almost 4 to 5 crores per day on this testing in Andhra Pradesh. 4 to 5 crores per day in the Andhra Pradesh. That's why you can see that the Andhra Pradesh is on the top as far as the testing is concerned. The triad of tracing, testing, and treating philosophy is followed in Andhra Pradesh, and this particular test, that the two tests that are done in Andhra Pradesh are the RT-PCR and the rapid antigen test, both of them. If the rapid antigen test is negative and the patient is still symptomatic, RT-PCR has to be done. This is monitored closely by a central command which is there in Vijayawada. So, as far as our state is concerned, there is no dilemma with regards to which test is to be done, how it is to be done, and at the same time, the entire expenditure is funded by the government. And here in the government, it is absolutely free. Even in Andhra Pradesh, we do the tests at the level of the ward secretariats, like individual wards. We have 72 wards in Visakhapatnam. Each individual ward has got a ward secretariat. We have a fever clinic there, and the doctors are posted there, and the patients don't need to come to the government hospitals. They can get their tests done there and there itself. That's the reason why there are huge numbers in Andhra Pradesh with regards to the tests. And similarly, as you do more and more tests, the positivity rate also will be increased. Unlike some other states where their policy is to do the less and less number of tests.
Yes, sir. One last question, which is in my mind for a long time. I have not visited Andhra Pradesh or any other state during the pandemic for the last about 7, 8, 9 months. After January, I don't think I've traveled because I was myself very sick and I was admitted in RML for about 10 days. I was not well. I had 105 fever. I had the same respiratory problem. I had the same kind of symptoms that a COVID patient has. And they doctors tested me for everything except the COVID, but they did not find any abnormality in me. And then they said, we do not know. Then they gave me the malarial parasite medicines and treatment, and then I was okay after 10 days. But my question is that maybe it was a COVID. I don't know because I traveled before that to Telangana and Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. I don't know whether I carried infection from there. Maybe it was a COVID or maybe it was not. But they could not know up to 22nd of January. Nothing was known to people in India. My major question here is that when it is a preventive measure that is going to matter more to protect the people from coronavirus, even for a small drug like ranitidine or Rantac, you say it is a Schedule H drug and is controlled by the drug controller and should not be sold openly by anybody. Here in this case, the mask has to be triple layer. It has to be of a proper quality, and infection should not go. It should not pass the cloth which is used for the mask. The sanitizer must be of a quality that should destroy the coronavirus. There are some parameters which you follow, say 70%, 80% alcohol, and some of other things, hypochlorite or whatever. But I have seen in Delhi, I am not talking of any other state because I have not seen it personally, though I have the information through some reliable sources that it's being done there also. But I am only talking of Delhi right now. On every roadside, you'll find hundreds of street sellers selling masks in huge quantities, 10 rupee a dozen, 5 rupee a dozen, 6 rupee a dozen. Sanitizer bottles, this big bottles with blue color solution, they are selling for 10 rupees, 5 rupees, 10 rupees, 5 rupees. Don't you think this should also be controlled by the drug controller for quality measures so that people are not misguided and they don't use nonsense stuff and poor quality stuff that could not even prevent them from getting corona infected?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. You have touched a very, very sensitive issue of quality. Okay, quality is a very, very sensitive issue in our country. Here, in the products that you have narrated so far, there are two things. One is the masks, the other one is the sanitizer. The sanitizer is something which a common man cannot judge the quality of that. A common man cannot judge. Even I cannot judge unless you have a chemical analysis. The other one is the masks. Masks are of, as you know, there are of multiple types. The N95 masks, which are most of the people use, like the one I am using, is also better than an N95 mask. And the triple layer surgical mask, and also the cloth mask. So each one of them will have the protection value depending on the quality of that. N95 has got the maximum protection. This is via media. The triple layer mask is via media. And the cloth mask is something like having something is better than nothing. Okay. It is basically the droplets which are being prevented, spread of the droplets. So even the cloth masks they do some good. N95, if I say that it gives 95% protection, your surgical mask may give you around 70 to 75% of protection, and your cloth mask will give you about 50% of the protection. That means it is a protection to the opposite person, not to himself. One has to understand when you are wearing this mask means it is you are telling others that I am concerned about you. I am wearing a mask so that I will not give you my droplets. Okay, so it is for the person to tell others that he has to wear the mask. It's not for protecting himself. More than protecting himself, it is protecting others. So that's very important. So cloth masks, for that matter, if people know that this does protect to some extent, though not to the extent of an N95 mask. That is one aspect. There is nothing wrong in wearing that also, cloth mask. Something is better than nothing. The second one is very, very important, the sanitizers and all. So we all have to have the personal hygiene. We have to use the sanitizers. And as you rightly pointed out, it is the duty of any government or any drug controller to see that the quality products are sold. Like the blue liquid which you have may not have any alcohol at all, or even if it contains, it might contain only 10% of the alcohol. The moment you know that it is about 10 rupees or 15 million rupees, you know the quality of that inside. So people are there who have to monitor whether proper drugs, that also sanitizer is also a sort of a drug. So if the moment it is containing alcohol, one has to be very careful that the quality has to be maintained. So then the question comes, in this huge country with so few people in the drug controlling authority, will they be able to make it? But definitely that is not an excuse, I would say. One has to see that the quality products are to be sold to the public, and public should not be taken for granted when such products are being sold. So it is our duty to ensure, not only for the drug controller, if you find on the street if something which is spurious is being sold, it has to be brought to their notice, and we have to see, and we should basically be the persons basically to raise the alarm so that the public will be protected at large.
Yes, sir. Actually, why I asked you this question was, it is very relevant for me also, because we are not interested in monitoring the quality of the product which is being sold on roadside. But yes, yesterday I have collected some videos and some news from the society, from the market, that one thing is very seriously being monitored, whether you have put the mask up to nose or below the nose. If it is below the nose, please give me 500 rupees and they'll cut a challan and receipt. That is being properly monitored everywhere. So that is the problem, that we are not concerned about the quality of the mask. If there is a challan for an inferior quality of mask, then people will be aware also that yes, you check, it is an inferior quality, it's not ISI mark like helmets and all. Then you can say that I will challan you. But they are challaning for what? They are challaning for, if you are not putting up to the nose and it is below the nose, then 500 rupees. But let it be a third class quality mask, they don't bother. So we are heading towards what? I don't know. We are spreading more coronavirus, or we are stopping it to spread. That I don't know. But I had really a nice discussion with you today. I have a lot of information. You have been a real source of knowledge for me for these things, for what I don't know. I have been trying to collect from you by talking like this, and you have been so friendly that you have been talking to me also like this. There are people who don't even like to share their knowledge. So I'm
Thank
really
you very much,
grateful
Mr. Srivastava.
that you
I
shared your
mean,
knowledge. Every time you have been so nice, and you have been giving all information, technical things at least, those things you are telling us. So I'm really grateful to you. Thank you very much. If anybody else wants to ask anything, Dr. Sudhakar is here for a few more minutes because his time is precious. I don't like him to waste
Sir,
his time. Yeah.
sir, sir, good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. I have one question, sir. In my notice, I came to know that so many people who are joining into hospital. Sir, am I audible? Sir, am I audible,
you
sir?
have to raise your voice, or you have to come closer to your mic.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
In my notice, I came to know that so many people who are joining into hospital after spread of coronavirus, after recovering to the most extent, they are suddenly prone to cardiac arrest. because I have noticed in close relatives, sir. What is happening, sir? What is happening?
Yeah. Babu, unmute cheya. Unmute lo unnaru. Okay. Madam, thank you very much for that question. And this has been observed by us also. Not most, but it happens rarely. So the many theories have been given to this. One theory is that the virus, even if it leaves the lungs, in some individuals, it can directly affect the heart. Directly affect the heart. The moment it directly affects the heart, what we call the myocarditis. If it affects the lungs, we call it as a pneumonia. Similarly, if it causes the inflammation of the heart, it is called myocarditis. It can cause the direct myocarditis, and people will succumb immediately. That means they will die within few minutes because the regulatory system of the heart is at jeopardy, so they will die immediately. And we have seen patients who will have an SpO2 or the oxygen concentration of about 95%. The moment they climb 10 stairs, they'll fall and die there. So all these various different types of manifestations have come to our notice, and but these fortunately these are rare. They are not common, but even the rare ones come to our notice because we treat so many patients. You have made a good observation that some patients are dying even apparently after they are recovering. They are recovering from the fever, they are recovering from the pneumonia, but if the virus is still catching their heart, it is causing myocarditis and suddenly they are dying. Number one, that is number one reason. The other reason is these people will have some of them will be lying on the bed for quite some time. They'll recover well, but there will be blood clots inside their legs. Sometimes the clots get dislodged and they will cause what we call the pulmonary thromboembolism. That means immediately it goes and occludes the major blood vessels in the chest and causing death. The death occurs within few minutes. This is another cause. So these are the common causes as to why people are dying even after they recover. It is a very well-known phenomenon, but it occurs rarely.
Sir, the question was very relevant also because I have also read in WHO report, it says that all asymptomatic patients, if they are cured after 14 days and their test is negative, COVID negative, after certain times, about 6 months to 1 year, they are definite to have some kind of heart disease or liver problem, kidney problem. It attacks there. Is it correct, sir? Have you also read somewhere
Yeah.
these things? Or you have
Yeah,
noticed
Mr.
something?
Srivastava, this is another very relevant question in the sense we do not know what is happening to the different organs in the body over a long time, over a long run, because this is a disease which has been there for the last 8 or 9 months. And one thing is for sure, for those people who have had the pneumonia for longer time, where most of their lung is replaced with fibrosis, that means it is irreparable. So the recovery was there, not to the 100% extent. They are likely to have the long-term effects with regards to the lungs, as far as the lungs are concerned. With regards to the liver, kidney, heart, or other organs, it's too early to come to a conclusion as to how they are going to react. Maybe after a year, we will be able to come to a conclusion as to what are the long-term effects of the COVID-19 on different organs. Now that the COVID is primarily a respiratory disease, we know the more the damage it causes to the lungs, the more will be the after effects of this particular uh, COVID, after effects of the pneumonia, because some amount of the damage is bound to be permanent. However good the recovery may be, maybe it is 5% in some individuals, 10% in some individuals, or 50% in some individuals. If 50% of the lungs are affected, and if it is going to have the long-term effects, perhaps that would lead to a condition wherein they'll have to use the oxygen for quite some time, they'll have to be on medication for, throughout the life, so on and so forth.
Okay, sir, this is a very good knowledge that we have gained today. Only one last question that has come suddenly to my mind, that if we protect ourselves properly with the mask and sanitizers or hand washing and keep, say, social distancing in a proper manner, do you think we can protect ourselves from coronavirus, or it is definitely going to attack everybody?
I would like to draw your attention to the New York experience. You know how New York was in April and May, and how New York was subsequently. So they have proven to the entire world that mask and social distancing does help. It works. So the Anthony Fauci, the director of Center for Disease Control in New York, has stated very categorically that this is what has protected the New York people from COVID. So there used to be instances when there were more than 1,000 deaths happening in New York every day. And they have, in about 3 months' time, they have reached a stage where they did not have even a single death of corona. So all this is because they followed these two very scrupulously, the mask and the social distancing, to the extent that the New Yorkites have basically started greeting each other not by good morning, by saying good morning. They would say that, is everybody good in your house? Are you taking good care of the elderly? They stopped saying that good morning. They would say that, are you taking care of your elderly at home?
Yes.
So reminding people of the care that they need to take about the elderly, keeping them at home, maintaining social distance, following the norm of wearing the mask. So this basically summarizes the effect of the mask and the social distancing.
Yes, you're right. And now even Western people have started, instead of saying good evening and good morning, they are saying namaste. They have started following the Indian culture. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. I know your time is very precious, so you have given so much of time. I'm really grateful to you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mute say, mute say.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సుధాకర్ గారు. నేను రమణమూర్తి, ఏవిఎన్ కాలేజ్ 75-78 బ్యాచ్. మనం ఏవిఎన్ కాలేజ్ అలుమిని మీట్లో కలిసాం.
అవునవును, పిల్ల రామారావు గారు అబ్బాయి మీరు.
అవును సార్, అవును సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ గుడ్. రైట్ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Sudhakari to introduce Dr. S. Shobharani, the principal of Vishaka Government Degree College, to put her point of view on this topic. And
good evening, sir.
Yes,
yes, sir. Good evening.
Carry on.
Dr. S. Shobharani, the principal, Vishaka Government Degree and PG College for Women affiliated to Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. She has completed her MPhil PhD in chemistry from University of Hyderabad. She served 29 years of government service, 20 years teaching and 9 years principal. She is innovative thinker, dedicated and dynamic academic administrator with a clear vision and mission. She is serving as best academic administrator to prepare the roadmap for the institution to reach the highest peak of academic excellence and to prepare the students towards empowerment, including all-round development with self-confidence, to make our institution as education hub of the city and ensures access, equality and quality in higher education, and to promote research and innovation with human values and professional ethics on the path of development to make the institution from the college level to women's university level. She received awards, fellowships and honors for her merit and achievements. She received Junior Research Fellowship Award, UGC Junior Research Fellowship Award from CSIR, Senior Research Fellowship Award from CSIR, Animutyam Award from Mother Teresa Charitable Trust, Savitriba Phule Award, National Educational Excellence Award, NEHRD Mumbai, Quality Brands India College Award 2019 to 21 for institution from NEHRD Mumbai, Bharat Ke Anmol Ratna Best Principal Award received by Tejas Vastu Foundation, New Delhi, Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan Memorial National Award, Best Evocative Principal Award. She has conducted so many seminars, national and international, and she served as a member of various bodies like Academic Senate, Andhra University, International Science Congress, ex-district secretary, Government College Teachers Association, Kurnool, ex-unit president, Vishaka Government Degree College for Women, Vishakhapatnam member, organizing committee, Tech 2018. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sudha, for your positive words. And
Good evening, madam.
good evening, Sandhya. Good evening. Good evening, sir. Srivastava, sir. The Chief Patron, Dr. Vaidehi Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal, Tamil Nadu, and Patron Dr. T. Kamali, Registrar, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal, Tamil Nadu, and the director of this webinar, Sri D.N. Srivastavaji, founder and chairperson, Tejasvi Astitwa Foundation, New Delhi. Distinguished speakers, esteemed delegates, and participants, very good evening to all. At the very onset, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of the webinar for giving me the opportunity to address such an esteemed audience comprising of Madam Vaidehi Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, and Dr. T. Kamali, Registrar, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal, Tamil Nadu. At the end of February, as alarm bells began to sound on the growing of spread of the COVID-19 virus, only China and a handful of educational institutes in other affected countries were enforcing social distancing through institutes closures. A little over 2 weeks later, 120 countries have closed educational institutes, impacting almost 1 billion students across the globe that have seen their colleges close for varying lengths of time. While educational institutions closures seem to present a logical solution to enforcing social distancing within communities, prolonged closures tend to have a disproportionately negative impact on the most vulnerable students. They have fewer opportunities for learning at home, and their out of college may present additional economic burdens for parents. Odd one, gains in expanded access to education to signature stagnate or reverse as colleges closures or extended and accessibility to alternative options like distance learning team remain out of reach for those without means to connect. This may cause further loss in human capital in diminished economic opportunities. The possible solutions. The outbreak of the virus and the lockdowns at the national level could be used as a best test for the education technology interventions for distance learning. Access to technology in most households may vary, and access to high bandwidth internet or to smartphones related to income. Therefore, the programs that can quickly target those in most need are crucial. Education interventions during the crisis can support prevention and recovery of public health while mitigating the impact on students and learning. It's also worth noting that education has the potential to contribute to the protection of children and youth. It helps them to maintain some normalcy during a crisis and recover more quickly, hopefully with some useful new skills, that is acquiring distance learning skills and a deeper digital mastery where applicable. Teachers, often among the most educated in these hard to teach areas, can be trained to serve as contact tracers and communication campaign advocates. And strategies implemented in India that includes national closing of educational institutes. As the virus has spread, India announced a national closure of all educational institutions. Many are concerned that children and youth, while seemingly less susceptible to the virus and have a much lower case fatality ratio, may serve as carriers for the disease, putting at risk older family members in communities across the globe, which multi-generational households are the norm. Using remote learning and education resources to mitigate loss of learning, we have turned to distance learning, online distance learning as a means of mitigating for lost time in school. In addition to infrastructure and connectivity, teachers and administrators' familiarity with the tools and processes are also key factors in providing distance learning. The national TV channels broadcasting educational TV and adapting existing platforms for use in smartphones have also been employed. And looking ahead, what we are learning from COVID-19, similar to what we have seen in previous pandemics, is that preparedness is crucial. While different scenarios exist, several of them assume that COVID-19 spread will happen in waves, which means the process of addressing it should be cyclical. The response plan should include introducing protocols for screening in schools, colleges, rolling out hygiene practice campaigns, offering distance learning, etc. So at the emergency phase is dissipating, communities are moving into a recovery mode with the government implementing policies and measures to regain lost time. The approaches include adjustments to the academic calendar, prioritizing students in grades preparing for high stakes examinations, and continuing with the distance learning in parallel to colleges. We should use the momentum to prepare investing and reinforcing systems going forward. Educational administrators and the policymakers should use this crisis as an opportunity to introduce new learning modes that can reach everyone, to prepare for emergencies and to make the system more resilient. This has been a privilege for me to share the space with the distinguished Dr. Vaidehi Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, and Dr. T. Kamali, Registrar, Mother Teresa Women's University, Tamil Nadu, and the distinguished speakers and esteemed delegates. I once again thank the organizers of this webinar, Dr. D.N. Srivastav sir and his team, for giving me this great opportunity. Thank you all and have a great day. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Now, paper presentations will be.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Sandhya. Thank you, ma.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. You were too busy and you were in a meeting.
सर आपको मिलना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया. आज तो 3 वेबिनार्स है हमारे कॉलेज में, 3 वेबिनार्स एंड 1 मीटिंग विद वीसी सर, इसलिए वो टाइम में प्रिस्क्राइब टाइम में आ सकी नहीं मैं. थैंक यू सो मच सर. आपका कॉपरेशन तो इंडिया के लिए, एजुकेशन सिस्टम के लिए तो इतना बड़ी है, बहुत कुछ भी आपको क्या करना सर, प्रेस करना भी, कितना भी प्रेस करना वो कम ही है। थैंक यू सो मच सर, इतना अच्छे अच्छे प्रोग्राम्स ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे सर, हमारा एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट को आपको इतना फैला रहे, रियली सर, thank you so much. And our college students are really sir thankful to great thanks to you on behalf of all our colleges, higher education system and our students. Thank you sir, thank you very much for
Thank
giving
you
me
very
this great opportunity. Thank you sir.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Sudhir, can you please carry on with the paper presentations of the students and participants who have registered for the webinar?
हाँ सर, डॉक्टर रानी केवी.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
You can present the paper.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. It's my great pleasure to present my paper here.
आपका
I'm
वीडियो
Dr.
नहीं आ
Rani.
रहा. Your video is not visible.
Do you want my
Please.
video?
Oh yeah.
I'm actually not well, ma'am. I'm suffering from COVID-19.
Okay.
That doesn't matter because COVID-19 won't come through the telecom system. It won't go inside the cables. Don't worry, but we'd like to see who is speaking. That is more important for
Okay.
us. So you switch on your video and then you can speak because this is going live, na? So everybody will be watching this. Please
Okay,
switch on
sir.
your video and then.
Can you see me, sir? Okay, I'm Dr. Rani,
No.
Assistant Professor in General Education, Srinarana Training College, Nedinganda, Workala, Trivandrum. It's in Kerala, and it's my combined paper. Sri Amjit sir is also associating with me, and my paper is Impact of COVID-19 on Education and Challenges of Digital Education. I'm a teacher, so I'm facing so many difficulties while teaching through the digital education because in my experience, I want to see my children, my students. I have to feel them. I have to saw them. I have to touch them. I have to entertain with them, etc. But now through this digital education, it's my challenge to see them. So I feel to write a paper like this for because COVID-19 is encouraging so many digital education, but actually what is happening is that it is away from our sophisticated feelings. So I'm telling about the challenges of digital education during this COVID period. So many challenges are facing by the parents as well as the students here. So first one is the lack of infrastructure facilities. Lack of infrastructure facilities means India is a developing country. So the people located in India is facing so many problems because it is an unexpected change. We as when we are inside a class, normal class, our teachers will enter inside the classroom and teach us. But what about digital education? We require a material, we require a tablet, or we require a laptop or something like that. So the lack of infrastructure facility is facing by so many teachers as well as the students during this time of COVID period because it's a sudden one. We have to face that one. We didn't expect such a vast change in our media. So first one is the lack of infrastructure facilities, and the people who are who are facing from the starvation, how to meet the requirements of this infrastructure facilities. So remote areas, institutions, families, etc., who are lacking the electricity. Even now, there is no electricity in certain families. We have to face them. So the lack of infrastructure facility is a challenge in the digital education during this COVID period. Next one is the budgetary problems facing by the parents as well as the institutions to invest in a expensive tablets or laptops or PCs, etc. We can buy a smartphone for about 3,000 rupees. It's enough. But what happens is that we cannot meet our Google Meet as well as Classroom as well as other media, etc. inside the small budgetary mobile. So we have to invest on that tablets or spare laptops, etc. So the budgetary problems are facing by the parents as well as the institutions. The institutions are also facing, because the institutions also have to invest they have to rent for a G Suite account, etc., like that, and have to face so many problems for about the budgetary problems. So they cannot, and also one more thing is that the parents cannot afford the data charges which are levied by the mobiles, computers, etc., like that. So it's also a problem facing by them. The next one is the coping together with the job. Some students, only a 5%, some we can expect like that, 5% students, someone are meeting their expenses through their part-time jobs. By the digital classroom, what happens is that if the teachers are teaching them by through the online, most of the students are facing that they cannot cope with the jobs. The students find it difficult to cope with their part-time jobs and their online courses together, and they have less time to take the course due to their various everyday commitments. Limited knowledge of the parents. Our India is a developing country. Many parents are unaware of the pros and cons of the digital education. Most of the parents are, they even didn't know about what is a mobile phone itself. They didn't know how to call through a mobile phone, etc. So what happens is that many parents, we are in the first level education or first generation education through the mobile phones, like that. So many parents are unaware of the pros and cons of the digital education, and there develops a confusion for them to permit their wards to study the online. So there is a digital division between the students too, because someone have, but someone do not have. It is giving a digital division between the students. So it is making a gap between the students. It's a problem for the many parents as well as the students, because many parents are unaware about it, and also they didn't permit the students, even if they are permitting their words, whether the words are using it properly or not, they also didn't know. So that's the limited knowledge of the parents. Student motivation, it's a main problem facing through the digital education, because whenever we are in the actual classes, we can motivate them properly, and also we can sustain their attention and interest inside the classroom, even if even if sometimes there may be some problems. But what happens is that through the digital education, it is difficult to maintain the motivation throughout the classroom. It becomes a Herculean task for the instructors to sustain such a type of education to the students. So the student motivation is a Herculean task for the teachers to continue like that. Then lack of communication. The students are the passive listeners inside the classroom. So the students have to listen it without uttering a word to the teacher. Inside the classroom, we know our school classroom students are making so many noises, so many disturbances. They ask questions and they interact with their peer groups, etc., like that. But here, what happens is that the teachers are asking them to be the passive listeners and don't disturb, etc., like that. So what happens is that the students are lacking the communication, and also thereby they are lacking their attention as well as their interest. So it's a main factor here, the lack of communication between the teachers as well as the listeners. Even if the teachers are permitting the listeners to utter some words or something like that, but it is only after the time they have allotted to the students. They are allotting only 30 minutes time, and as a teacher, me also didn't want my student to interfere in my communication. So what happens? There is a lack of communication between the teachers as well as the listeners. So next one is the poorly designed course content. If the course content is not properly designed, it becomes a task for the teachers to communicate with the students. If there is no properly considered, we have to consider the different aspects of the student. We have to consider the cognitive and affective domains of the students and how to properly design the course content. If we are not properly designing the course content, what happens is that the students are lacking the interest in joining our classes, as well as they didn't understand what we are meaning. So poorly developed course design is a problem for the teachers as well as the students. Next, adaptability struggle. See, the teachers, we don't want to change from our usual teaching learning style. It's our style because whenever we are inside the classroom, we can pat a student, we can talk to them, we can laugh to them, we can etc etc. We can talk, we can mingle with them. We can even participate with the games too. But what happens here in the digital classroom, we are restricted so much. We are restricted that so many listeners are there, so one are hearing us, etc. like that. So there are so many difficulties for facing for the as the teachers. So teachers do not want to get a transfer from the usual teaching learning style to our a new form. Usually the teachers are the restrictors inside any new changes. Teachers do not want to change the adapt to change the usual teaching learning style. So this is the main problem. And also the passive listeners, students are the passive listeners, and also they didn't also want to make a change from their normal classroom routine. So this is also adaptability struggle facing by in our digital classroom. Next one is the lack of computer literacy, even by the parents, teachers, as well as the students. Your parents, as the teachers, even though the teachers are educated, they didn't know the computer literacy. Me too face the same difficulty, and I also inquire the help from sir to pay the online fees, etc. like that. Because I have knowledge, but what happens is that I have no literacy about the online transaction of money, etc. like that. So face so much difficulties. And here, as a teacher, so many people are facing the computer lack of computer literacy, even if they have knowledge about the content. So now it is our Herculean task to include a computer inside our classroom. Otherwise, how can we teach the students? So lack of computer literacy among the teachers is a problem facing now. So teachers as well as the students. Students usually cope with it because they are in the younger stage and they know how to cope with the changes. So it's a problem facing by the parents and teachers. So lack of computer literacy is a problem. Next one is the lack of knowledge about the various tools, apps, and resources. See, the tools as well as the apps are developing inside our computer in a fast manner. Fast manner means there is competition between the apps also. So many are striving to give 10,000 rupees, 20,000 rupees, 1 lakh rupees, etc., etc., like that. So many apps have been developed by various education institutions, and there are so many apps as well as the tools. But what happens? The parents, teachers, and the students are not aware about the tools, apps, and resources, and also the financial constructions limiting them. Next one is the misusing of the computer resources. Even if the parents or the teachers are permitting the students to enter inside the computer resources, we are not sure whether our students are using it properly or not. The students in the younger stage don't know how to use the computer properly. Means that they have to we know what is happening inside a computer if it is not using properly. But what happens to the students is that they don't know how to use. How to use means in the proper sense, in the positive sense, how to use the computer resources inside their rooms. Sometimes if they fall on a pit, what happens? They are misusing the computer resources, and so many persons will exploit them. So it is a problem facing for the computer misusing the computer resources. Next one is the physical hazards facing by the students. Physical hazards means if they are sitting continuously for hours and hours for the classes, what happens to them? It becomes a constraint for the eyes, body structure, etc. If it is continuing like that, certainly there must be a problem for their physical structure. So the physical hazard should be avoided as far as possible. And next one, I mean it very high because it's the lack of social and emotional relationship. The mechanized life is changing everywhere. So I'm a teacher and I want to see my students enjoying my class, or I want to mingle with them. I want to play with them. I want to see them. I want to touch them. I want to love them, etc., etc. But the social, emotional relationships are so many lacking inside the digital classroom, and our education system is digitalizing one, and it becomes mechanized one. So many problems are there. I have mentioned only 13 problems here. So many problems are facing by the teachers all around India, not only in Kerala but also in Tamil Nadu, in the Andhra Pradesh, in etc. etc. So many people, they are facing so many problems in this one. I have just mentioned this one. These are the some of the problems we can count. Then what can we do as an instructor is that we have to provide so many opportunities for the students to encourage inside the classroom by giving them so many content to transact, to give some applications just like that, or the Google Meet, Skype, etc., etc., like that. We have to give them discussion sessions. We can organize webinars with them. We can give a debate session to them, etc., like that. We have to provide them some interacting sessions. Then only the students will naturally engage in our classroom teaching. So also we have to give them chance to collaborate with each other. Collaboration is a best method for the teachers to give them the chance for sharing, developing, etc., like that. And a regular planner should have to be prepared for making the content as well as the courses or assignments for a busy scheduled people. So we have to give a proper plan to that one. And the teachers must have a knowledge about the negative aspects of the internet usage and how to give the students some awareness classes about the about the pros and cons of the cyber world. And we must give them some awareness classes about the cyber laws, which are useful for them in their life. For the learners, they have to sit properly. That is the first thing we have to mention inside our classroom, because due to the posture problems, so many people lack their attention and interest inside the classroom. So we have to ask them to sit properly. Then then the students have to be encouraged to ask their doubts, how to seek the additional information from the sources, and interact with their learners in academic discourse, etc., etc., like that. We have to give them chance to speak out. Then only we can understand what the students are intending from us. And also we have to give the benefits of e-learning, and we have to provide them maximum chances. And we have to encourage the learners to use the e-learning benefits properly. You have to need to proper motivation to provide the new learning trends and to properly equip themselves for the future challenges of their education and careers. And the positive attitudes how to develop in them to overcome the challenges in the e-learning. We have to develop the proper positive approach in them. So the learners must have some positive approaches in our learning sessions, etc. These are the ideas I have to present through this one, present through this my paper. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, what is your name? What is your name? Rani
I'm
Krishna
Dr.
is coming here. Is that your name?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm Dr.
And
Rani.
I think you are from Kerala?
Yeah, I'm from Trivandrum.
Which you are in college teacher or you are a school teacher?
I'm a college teacher, sir.
College teacher, degree college, PG college?
Yeah. Degree. Training college, so teachers.
Okay, you first let me know, because that time I took it very lightly. You said you are a COVID-19 patient?
Yes, sir.
How? Is it COVID-19 you are having, or you are a coronavirus positive?
Coronavirus positive.
So you are not a COVID-19 patient. You are asymptomatic or symptomatic?
Asymptomatic.
Asymptomatic. So you are not COVID-19. You are only coronavirus infected. So that's not a big deal. But yes, you have to take precaution and take proper measures to protect yourself further. Number one.
Okay, sir.
Number two, I don't think you have met me anywhere earlier. You
No, sir.
snatched all the words from my mouth. My complete lecture in the month of May, everything you are spelling out, this is the first one I have seen of my same ideas, my same thoughts. How are you speaking all these things? Because people normally talk of different things. There's virtual classes there, we are doing this, we are doing that. What is actually happening is this, what you have said. Eyes are damaging. There are challenges, poverty, with respect to poverty. There are challenges with respect to children who are not interested in classes, so they are enjoying because they don't have to go to the school. They don't. The teacher will not even know whether he is joined or he is not joined. All these things, each and every issue which you have talked, is exactly what I am fighting for day and night with every government, that you have to address these issues. Have you sent your paper also
Yeah,
for
I have sent the
presentation,
papers.
for publication?
Yes, I have sent it.
You please
I have
send
sent
it,
on
and
and I
we
think
will see. And what I want is, because you are a faculty in a degree college,
not in a degree college, sir. Yeah, I'm training college. Training college means teacher training institution.
oh,
B.Ed.
then that is more important, because if the teacher is not trained, what they will teach to the students? So you are doing a bigger thing. You are teaching the teachers. So
Yes.
what I want is, if you can organize a seminar on this issue, this is one of the major factors. Challenges with respect to internet problems, with respect to the tiny smartphones on which the students are reading like this whole day. They are having dry eyes, they are having eye pain, they are having developing lot of cornea disorders, lot of retina disorders. There are physical damage to the body, like you said, the stretch and movement is stopped when they are sitting on the phone. They are having a lot of different problems, and the poverty is one of the major factors. How do they have access to the internet connection? Because internet connection is also very costly these days. If it is very cheap, if you take that regular data in your mobile phone, then it will connect in 1.5 days by the time 10 classes will go.
Yes, sir.
This is a very major issue. If you can organize a proper seminar on this issue, you please contact us. My details are there on the chat box also. You have other details of the coordinator and convener also. You can contact them also, and you can reach us. And by any means, we will try and do this. This is a very major issue that must be addressed today.
Certainly, sir. We are organizing now a webinar series in our college. Now already completed 9 webinars in this month.
You just see now, here itself I am seeing on my screen 90% people are not available, and we do not know whether they are really there or not. How do you know that your student is taking your lecture? Every time you will ask him, Mr. X, are you hearing? So how will you teach them?
It's a main problem we are facing, sir, because we asked the students to open their video, they will never allow. Because they are telling that if they are opening the video, what happens is that it will cause the net issues to them. So
And
usually,
then you imagine your students are teachers. What happens
yeah,
when
yeah.
a teacher is a student? So even teachers are not following properly. You are unable to manage the teachers. What will the students do? So you please organize a webinar on this. A big international webinar you do.
Yes, sir.
We'll
Okay,
do.
certainly, sir.
And you please contact us. Definitely we'll do it. And send your paper. If you are not sending it, I request
I
you
have
to send
already
it.
sent it, sir. I have already sent it.
This is my concern, and I want everywhere everything should be set right, because if the education sector is deprived, then nothing we are going to achieve. So we have to stress upon these points. Whatever point from A to Z, I have been listening to each and every point that you have addressed is wonderful, and this must be addressed by the each and every government, but it is not being done. Simply, we have given virtual classrooms, we have given digital classrooms. Now it is Digital India. You won't believe, 3 days back, I made payment through Google payment to a petrol pump, 100 rupees. This fellow, 4 hours, he says, I have not received. I said, I have given, this has deducted from my bank. He says, I have not received. So 4 hours, I could not come from there. This is digital India. So unless our infrastructure is foolproof, unless we have all the facilities, how are we doing this? We are not stressing on those points. Simply, okay, examinations, all virtual classrooms go. Then what is happening? Nothing is happening. You are also saying, okay, let us give him 80 marks. That's all. So what is the ultimate quality of the product? That everybody should understand. And if you are not producing a good quality product, which means the good students, then what are we achieving for the development of this nation? Laddu peda. We are getting nothing, zero.
Yes, sir.
So we have to address, these are the major issues which the government has to focus, which they are not doing.
Government is satisfied by giving so much.
System change, educational, new education policy. Arey Baba, even the old education policy is okay. Implement it, na, monitor it, whether it is happening or not, whether the teachers are satisfied or not. If they are not satisfied, they will not teach properly. A degree college teacher is getting 6,000 rupees, a temporary faculty. You just imagine, why should she go and teach? She will put all her efforts, mind, brain, everything into earning more 12,000 rupees because she needs 20,000 rupees. So why should she teach the student? 6,000 she is getting. She will take half an hour class and go, finish. So if the teacher is not satisfied, if there is not proper facility in the schools and colleges, then how can you even expect development of nation? We are simply talking of development of nation. So your points are absolutely valid and perfect in all respects. These points must be addressed by the government. And
Thank you, sir.
I request you please organize a seminar on this topic.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I will certainly, sir.
Giving such a nice information to all these people, because I have been talking to several people on several forums, but people don't recognize me. But because you are a teacher, they must understand that it is your own creation. I have not taught you anything. You have not met me earlier. This is your own experience that you have written. This is your own research.
My own research.
You are facing these problems, and I've been talking for the last 5 months the same thing. But nobody is understanding that. Today, you must understand, because the teacher is talking on that. This is her own experience and feelings. And this is absolutely the biggest fact. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing all these things. Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Sudhakari, any other paper presenter?
Thank you, madam. Now,
you,
Dr.
thank you.
KVL Sandharani will present the paper.
Good evening. Good evening, sir. Good evening, all the respected madams, sirs, and all that. Let me say thanks to Vaidehi Madam, Vijay Kumar sir, and let me say thanks to Srivastav sir, Sudha, and Dr. Shobharani Madam. And Srivastav sir is a daring, dashing, and dynamic person in organizing such a wonderful webinars nationally and internationally. He had sown seeds of this webinar model before this. Only in this health emergency, we are able to meet all these webinars in house only. Before this, we know only seminars model. Now we came to know about webinars. My topic is effect of coronavirus on environment. Environment, everything that surrounds or affects an organism during its lifetime is collectively known as its environment. Environment is derived from the French word environ, which means our surroundings. Environment makes up our surroundings and affects our quality to live on the earth. The air we breathe, the water that covers most of the earth's surface, the plants and animals around us, and so on come in our environment only. Coronavirus leads to decrease in carbon dioxide emissions. The quality of air is polluted free because of the lockdown. We can able to see clear water and clean air everywhere. Wildlife returns as humans began to stay indoors. Animals have begun reclaiming the empty streets, and without us humans in the way, nature is thriving. The lockdown have caused nitrogen dioxide pollution levels to dive in Italy and China. From a climate perspective, the coronavirus pandemic is not entirely negative. The hastily implemented measures drastically out emissions means that otherwise would have taken years to come into effect. Quantity of air. The worldwide disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in numerous impacts on the environment and the climate. The considerable decline in planned travel has caused many reasons to experience a large drop in air pollution. In China, lockdowns and other measures resulted in a 25% reduction in carbon emissions and 50% reduction in nitrogen oxides, which are Earth's systems. Scientists estimated we have saved at least 77,000 lives over 2 months. Other positive impacts on the environment include governance, system, controlled investments towards a sustainable energy transition, and other goods and other goals related to environmental protection, such as the European Union's 7-year, 1 trillion budget proposal and 750 billion recovery plan. Next generation European Union, which seeks to reserve 25% of European Union spending for climate-friendly expenditure. However, the outbreak has also provided cover for illegal activities such as deforestation of the Amazon rainforest and poaching in Africa, hindered environmental diplomacy efforts and created economic fallout that some predict will slow investment in green energy technologies. Up to 2020, increases in the amount of greenhouse gases produced since the beginning of the industrialization are caused average global temperatures on the earth to rise, causing effects including the melting of glaciers and rising sea levels. In various forms, human activity caused environmental degradation and anthropogenic impact. Prior to COVID-19 pandemic, measures that were expected to be recommended to health authorities in the case of a pandemic included quarantines and social distancing. Independently, also prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, researchers argued that reduced economic activity would help decrease global warming as well as air and marine pollution, allowing the environment to slowly flourish. Researchers and officials have also called for biodiversity protections to form part of COVID-19 recovery strategies. I would like to share on daily labors, what is the pitiable conditions. I would like to share that also. This kind of educational platform will definitely, all of us in this health emergency will definitely help. This kind of educational platform will definitely help all of us in this health emergency, in this critical period, to get awareness about what to do and what not to do by famous eminent personalities. Dr. Solanki sir is a renowned doctor in cardiology, have explained clearly in PowerPoint presentation about COVID-19. We should take care about health only at this needy hour. We people are eating 4 times a day, but the poor who are daily labor are moving from very distant places by walking. They are not having single penny in their pockets. No work, no food. Only they are having strain and pain. In this critical hour, the municipality workers are cleaning garbages and waste on the roads, streets, and cleaning waste from houses by taking risk about their lives 24 into 7. We should salute them. If our army is doing on the on the borders to protect our nation, but municipality sweepers are in the city and keeping clean in saving us from the corona pandemic. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandhya Rani. Thank you very much for sharing your experience on environment. And it was a wonderful content that you have shared with us. I would like to now ask one Binu Binitha. Are you there on the line now? Binu Binitha.
Thank you, sir.
Use unmute yourself first. Unmute yourself. Please unmute.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
Yeah,
Okay,
tell
I'm
me.
here.
You are. What is your introduction? You tell me that first.
Okay, I'm a teacher, sir. I'm, as Rani Madam said, I'm teaching teachers. I'm a teacher educator.
Where?
I'm from Kerala. I'm from Kerala, sir.
Okay.
Trishur,
College teacher or school teacher?
No, B.Ed college. I'm a trainer.
B.Ed college.
Yeah,
So you are
B.Ed
training
college.
the teachers. You are also training
Yes,
the
as
teachers.
Rani Madam said, I am a teacher trainer.
Okay. Now, why I talk to you, because since morning I am seeing, see, this is what is the difference between Kerala and other states. Madam is sitting since morning till this time. Without fail, she is listening to each and every word of all speakers. And she has been concentrating on the speech of every speaker. She has not intervened, she has not disturbed, and continuously you are sitting and gathering only knowledge from everybody. I was very much impressed since morning. I did not know about you, but I have been watching here because my control room can show me everything, who is sitting, who is not. But I am really impressed that people like you are sitting here whole day just to gather information. What have you earned today? You have not earned money.
No, sir. I actually I'm a microbiologist. I'm interested in this matter about COVID. And my husband, he is also a microbiologist, and I was very much interested in this topic, actually about COVID. And the first talk I was very much impressed. Then that doctor's talk was very much impressed, and then Rani Madam's talk. That also I liked very much, and actually I too have such problems with while taking online classes, and thinking while Madam is sharing his knowledge, I was also going through my own experiences.
But definitely, I am only impressed now because you have not left the meeting even for a minute. I have been noticing that. That is why I wanted to compliment number one. Number two, Dr. Sudha, Dr. Kari Sudha, are you there? Dr. Kari Sudha, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Actually, Dr. Karisuda, we have award for such people who are sincerely and honestly sitting on in the meeting and concentrating on each and every speech. And I find from my side what you have observed, what other jury members have observed, I don't know. But from my side, you please take down the name of Dr. Binita. What is your full name? You please mention.
My name is Binita P. Chaco.
Binita P. Chaco.
Yeah. Okay, I will type it in the chat box, sir.
And yes, you type it there also, but you tell, let others hear and listen what you are telling. And what is the name of your college?
What's that? What's that?
What is the name of your college?
My college is Navajyoti B.Ed Training College. Navajyoti B.Ed.
Navajyoti B.Ed Training
B.Ed
College.
Training College. Yes, sir.
Kerala.
Yeah, Kerala, Trishur. Trishur.
Dr. Sudha, please note down, and you must send a certificate and an award appropriately to madam.
Okay, thank you.
This is separate from what you are going to give for the webinar. This is an award for people who are concentrating on the webinar, not for the purpose of taking a certificate, but for the purpose of gaining and achieving knowledge and some other good thing.
You are right,
for the
sir.
development.
I am getting enough knowledge from this webinar, and that is my award. I don't need a certificate, but that's an award. I am getting the knowledge I am getting from this webinar, and I'm very thankful for this.
So this is the thought that I want everybody should carry. This is the message that you have given is to be carried by everybody, and not concentrate on certificates. Certificates are available everywhere. That is not an issue. The issue is that how much knowledge you can gain from a webinar or seminar. That is the main aim and objective of a webinar or a seminar. So thank you very much. I am very much I very much appreciate your sitting here whole day. I have been watching that you are sitting quietly and listening to all lectures. Even that much patience I did not have. Thank you very much, Dr. Sudha. आपने note कर लिया ना? Have you noted down? ठीक है. Okay. So what is the next program, Anuya? Anuya Phillips, what is the next program? You unmute.
Yes, sir. A song by D.N. Srivastava, sir.
Song by D.N. Srivastava. I am not a singer. I am not a singer. No. I will have to sing, then everybody will leave, not even take vote of thanks, and they will go away from here.
No, sir. No one will run away.
But anyway, now you have said that I have to sing, so I will sing. I do not know how it is, how it will be. But because I am an Indian, I am a Bharati, I will like to say only 3-4 lines about Bharat. Bharat is my country. Bharat is my nation. What I do is for Bharat. I sleep for Bharat. I wake for Bharat. I work for Bharat. I do everything for Bharat. Even my family members are supporting me for only this. They are very clearly telling me that we will do whatever for ourselves, but you please go and take care of Bharat, whatever way you can do. So I have dedicated my life to Bharat, that is India. And therefore, I will like to tell you only 3-4 lines. If you like it, it's all right. If you don't like, please don't think anything bad about me, okay? So what I want to say is, when I talk about Bharat, I talk only about Bharat. So what I want to say is, भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ, है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, मैं गीत वहाँ के गाता हूँ, भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ, है प्रीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, मैं गीत वहाँ के गाता हूँ, भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ. So I talk about Bharat because this Bharat only, India, I don't say it is India, it is Bharat, because I have been fighting for name change also, that you must change the name to Bharat. It should not be India. It should be Bharat. So what we have learned from Bharat, brotherhood, affection, love. And this is what is actually needed to ultimately reach the peace, which is our destination. You cannot reach the destination of peace unless you go through this path of love, affection, and brotherhood. If you take the path of hatredness, enmity, and revenge, you can never peace and reach your destination, which is peace. You can get peace only through this. So भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ. Second thing, that people all across the world, not only in India, has discrimination, low, up, high, caste, creed, religion, color. So many types of discriminations are there across the world, not only in India. But for me, काले गोरे का फर्क नहीं, हर दिल से हमारा नाता है. Which means black and white doesn't matter for me. What matters for me is the heart. काले गोरे का फर्क नहीं, हर दिल से हमारा नाता है. कुछ और नहीं आता हमको, हमें प्यार निभाना आता है. कुछ और नहीं आता हमको, हमें प्यार निभाना आता है. Which means I don't know anything except love and affection. Maybe I am illiterate. Maybe I am ignorant of everything. But only one thing I know: brotherhood, love, and affection. कुछ और नहीं आता हमको, हमें प्यार निभाना आता है. जिसे मान चुकी सारी दुनिया, जिसे मान चुकी सारी दुनिया, मैं बात वही दोहराता हूँ. भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ. Namaskar to all of you.
बहुत अच्छा है
I
सर.
don't know. Only thing I request all of you here today, please don't think I have sung beautifully. Please mind the words. The words are beautiful. And you have to follow these words, not the quality of my song. Maybe some of you will say that is very beautifully sung. Some of you might not even say that he's singing like that. Whatever it is, whether good or bad, but you please mind the words. These words can only take this country to the real development. And that is why my mission will end that day when our Bharat will develop. Even now, people are working for development. All of you agree this? Even now, including the government, everybody is working and moving on the path of development. What is my development? I want development of Bharat in true sense. I have added two words: in true sense. What is that true sense? I want to see this Bharat. In this Bharat, there should be not a single person whom you can call that he is a Dalit. You should not have any person whom you can call a backward. You should not call any person that he is a poor. Why all these persons should not be elevated and brought to the mainstream along with others? Until that day comes, You believe me, this country can never develop in true sense. It might develop through boardings, hoardings, and papers. You might write that our country is developed, but unless this 33% downtrodden, 33% backwards, 33% poor, all these people are not elevated and brought to the mainstream, it can never happen. You go on giving 100% reservation, go on giving free food to 1 rupee a kg, doesn't matter. You give all kind of support, but please elevate them. After 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, at least let us have that day when we can say all these people who were downtrodden are now not downtrodden, sir. They are all elevated. They are all now in the equal range. They are all of the same category, same standard. I want to see those days. And with your blessings, with your cooperation, I might see the day very soon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you. And Anuya, now you want to speak something? I have taken a lot of time from you. Yes, Anuya, continue.
It was very nice for me to be a part of this event. It made me to be strong, bold, and to learn many things and to be knowledgeable. So I thank everyone who had participated in this, sir. Now, vote of thanks, sir. Shall I start, sir? Sir?
What happened, Anuya? We can hear you.
Sir, am I audible to you?
This is the net problem which Rani Krishna Vijay Madam was speaking about. These are the problems that we are facing here. Imagine what will happen to the students who are residing in remote areas of villages, where you don't even get the telecommunication network. And you are talking of internet services, and then you are talking of digital education and digital India. What is going to happen? This is what is a live example. See, the network is so feeble, so weak that we are unable to hear her. Yes, please continue, Anuya, if you have the connection.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everybody. Today is a great day as we have acquainted and interacted with the eminent people and knew many things. I thank all the dignitaries from the different wings. Lord Yulagar Bensi, webinar organizing Secretary Associate Professor in Mother Teresa Women University. Dr. K.C. Bindu, webinar conveyor Professor, Department of Education in Mother Teresa Women University. Dr. Kari Sudha, Webinar Coordinator, Senior Teresa Women's University. Dr. T. Kamali, Registrar Patron, Mother Teresa Women University. Professor Dr. Giri, the keynote speaker, Professor of International Politics in Delhi University. Talk by D.N. Srivastav, Sir, Webinar Organizer, Professor Dr. Satsangi, Cardiothoracic and Vascular Surgeon, AIMS, Uttarakhand. Hamid Solomon Zadeh from Iran on COVID-19. Minyoung Kim from South Korea, pursuing PhD in Historical Studies. Dr. S. Shobharani, Principal of Vishaka Degree College for Women. C.H. Lakshmi Chebolu, Vishaka National Law Institute, University, Visakhapatnam. Kapil Shankla, Legal Expert and Lawyer in Supreme Court. Dr. P.V. Sudhakar, Sir, Principal and Dean of AP Medical College. Yes, sir. We are thankful to you all. I am overwhelmed with joy and your presence made me feel very happy. Finally, I would thank Dr. D.N. Srivastav, sir, who has given me this opportunity to coordinate the program. Thank you all.
Thank you, Anuya. I thank you because you have been a very major part of this webinar. Unless you had taken care of all the participants and speakers. It would not have been so easy for me to organize this thing. And you being at a very early stage, a student, you have done so much. It is a really matter of great success for you, and it is a matter of great appreciation. So we will look forward to your future support on all these webinars and seminars. I will definitely keep troubling you for this kind of thing, and don't say no.
No, sir.
And
I
thank
will be
you all
always
of you.
available for this
Only
webinar.
thing,
Thank you so
before
much.
parting, I just want to say one small thing again, that I am creating a new world. I am creating a new world where only happiness will be there, where only joys will be there, where only affection and love will be there. And if you all want to join me in this, please join me. My details are there already on the your registration forms, on the website. Everywhere you will find that. And if you feel that this is the right mission that I am carrying, you please join me. And for that, I want to just tell you in 2 lines. I don't know how many people do you understand Hindi? Can you understand Hindi, Dr. Binita?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Rani Krishna, can you understand Hindi?
No, sir. No, sir.
Not
I just
at all.
understand what you are telling. I just understand what you are telling, but I can't repeat back.
Oh, don't repeat back, but will you understand if I sing 2 lines? Will you understand?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, so what I want to
Hindi.
very simple thing, that you come with me, I will take you to the world of love, affection, and peace. Because I am running a program, Religious Harmony and Universal Peace. So you all can join me there, and we will all work together for this kind of thing, because every time we see that things are politicized and things go to drains and nothing happens. So this time I'm trying to connect to the academicians and all literates so that we take it to the right path. So all I want to now say is, आ चल के तुझे मैं लेके चलूं एक ऐसे गगन के तले, जहां गम भी न हो, आंसू भी न हो, बस प्यार ही प्यार पले। आ चल के तुझे मैं लेके चलूं एक ऐसे गगन के तले, जहां गम भी न हो, आंसू भी न हो, बस प्यार ही प्यार पले। No tears in eyes, no problems. I take you to that world. सपनों के ऐसे जहां में, जहां प्यार ही प्यार बसा हो, सपनों के ऐसे जहां में, जहां प्यार ही प्यार खिला हो, हम जाके वहां खो जाएं, शिकवा न कोई गिला हो, सपनों के ऐसे जहां में, which means in such a dreamland where there is no sorrows, no unhappiness, no bad feelings, no one unknown, no enemies, no revengeful attitudes. I take you to that dreamland. सपनों के ऐसे जहां में, जहां प्यार ही प्यार खिला हो, हम जाके वहां सो जाएं, शिकवा न कोई गिला हो, कोई बैर न हो, कहीं गैर न हो, which means nobody is unknown, nobody is an enemy, कोई गैर न हो, कहीं बैर न हो, सब मिल के यूं चलते चलें, जहां गम भी न हो, आंसू भी न हो, बस प्यार ही प्यार पले एक ऐसे गगन के तले. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you. And I hope to see you. गाना
हाँ और एक गाना हो जाएगा सर किशोर
यहाँ तो
कुमार
म्यूजिकल
सर
बॉक्स हो जाएगा वो अलग से कर लेंगे। लोग यहाँ अभी परेशान हो रहे होंगे सुबह से बैठे हुए ना, तो फिर कभी
हाँ
अलग से कर लेंगे। एक दिन म्यूजिकल
सर
नाइट ही करेंगे।
नहीं
एक
सर
दिन
खाली
म्यूजिकल
सर खाली 12 लोग हैं सर
एक
ओनली 12 मेंबर्स है ओनली 12 मेंबर्स है आप गा सकते हैं सर
अच्छा, चलो एक और सुनाता हूँ आपको
एक और
2 लाइन।
किशोर कुमार का गाना हो जाएगा सर
एक ही सुनाऊंगा, एक ही, ज्यादा
हाँ
नहीं, ज्यादा सुनने से
ज्यादा
लोग बोर हो
ज्यादा
जाएंगे फिर।
नहीं सर बहुत बहुत दिनों के बाद मुझे थोड़ा टाइम मिला पूरा दिन पे
हाँ
मैं बिजी थी ये आपका गाना सुन के थोड़ा रिलैक्स हो गए सर और एक गाना हो जाएगा
actually my NGO will do all motivational and sensitization and awareness programs through musical groups and concerts.
सर
So एक बार करेंगे मैडम, हम लोग एक दिन पूरा म्यूजिकल
जरूर
कॉन्सर्ट ही करेंगे, उस
जरूर
पूरे
सर
म्यूजिकल ग्रुप को लेके
हाँ
मोटिवेट करेंगे।
सर हमारा इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार के लिए सबको पर
हाँ
बोले थे
हाँ सबको बोल दिए।
ठीक है सर
आप 5th 6th एंड 7th आपका पूरा तैयार है। मैंने यहाँ पे भी अनाउंस कर दिया, वी आर हैविंग एन इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार ऑन 5th 6th एंड 7th, फ्यूचर एजुकेशन एंड करियर कोविड आफ्टरमैथ, दैट इज द टाइटल ऑफ द webinar, and we need to discuss what would be the most required person for that program. I think is Rani Vijay Kumar. You must join this. Rani Krishna Vijay, sorry, Dr. Rani Krishna Vijay. You must
Rani KV, sir. Dr. Rani KV. Krishna
Rani
Vijay
KV.
is
You
my
must join
father.
that webinar because that is your purely your subject.
सर और एक बात
COVID-19.
वीसी से पूछी सर मैं
हाँ
केयू आंध्र यूनिवर्सिटी वीसी
हाँ,
इनाग्रेशन में आने के लिए तैयार है सर
अरे बहुत अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा, बहुत बढ़िया,
इसमें
बहुत बढ़िया।
दिनों के बाद हम लोग उसे किसी भी टाइम में अगर बुलाए तो आने के लिए तैयार
बहुत अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा। फिर उनका टाइम स्लॉट सेट कर लेंगे ना, देन वी कैन डू
हम
दैट।
हम सेट करके उनको भेज दिए तो किसी भी टाइम में आने के लिए तैयार है सर तो आज ही
बहुत
पूछी
बढ़िया,
मैंने हाँ
बहुत अच्छी बात है, बहुत अच्छी बात है। तो वाइस चांसलर आएंगे तो जो हम लोग
माइंड से करते ना सर सब ऐसा हो जाते सर स्टूडेंट्स
चलो
वेलफेयर के लिए आप जो कुछ भी करेंगे ना सर वो
जी
कॉस्ट भी आ जाते सर इनकी
जी जी जी,
थैंक
यू।
यू सर थैंक यू
मैं आपको 2 लाइन और सुनाता हूँ। देयर आर मेनी पीपल हु गेट डिसहार्टेंड
नो
if they do not get the result, if they don't achieve something, they get disheartened.
हाँ
So I have 2 lines for that also, and which is called जीवन से न हार जीने वाले, बात मेरी तू मान अरे मत वाले, जीवन से न हार जीने वाले, बात मेरी तू मान अरे मत वाले, बहती नदियां तुझको याद दिलाए, समय जो जाए कभी लौट ना आए, which means the flowing river is a live example of if time is lost, then it will not come back. So this is the time to act for it. This is the time to work for the nation. It is the time to take proper initiatives and actions for the true development of nation, not for the development of nation, mind you, for the true development of nation. So बहती नदियां तुझको याद दिलाए, समय जो जाए कभी लौट ना आए, तो क्या करना है? तो बढ़ता चल, तू लहरा कर, जीवन के सुख दुख को अपना कर, जीवन से ना हार जीने वाले। Never get disheartened. Don't think you are not achieving. You will achieve. Because when so many people are listening to me, whether I get money or not is immaterial. Whether I get some physical benefit or not, it is immaterial. But if you are listening to me, what I am saying, this itself is a very big achievement. Because who is going to listen to anybody? Today there is no time for with anyone. You can't waste even a single second, single moment. तो बस इसी के साथ I think I'll have to wind up the whole thing because now it is 7:16. All of you must be tired and must be feeling very hungry, thirsty, coffee, everything must be waiting for you. So please let us sign off today and we'll meet
Sir, one more
some
thing,
other
sir.
day.
Today is Universal Coffee Day.
Universal Coffee Day.
Coffee Day, yes, sir.
Today is Universal Coffee Day.
Yeah,
Okay.
coffee
Very good. Very good.
Universal
So
Coffee Day.
let us together march together and let us launch an Universal Development Day. So we will develop that day only. So what we'll do, for everything there is a day. So we'll make it a development day. So we'll join together and we'll do this. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Murthy, I think you want to speak something. Yes, please.
Even today is International Blood Donors Day.
Oh, okay. So many things are there.
Yes, I have donated my blood for 97 times so far and heading toward the century.
Oh, you have donated your blood 97 times.
Yeah.
That is
heading
great.
towards
That is
century
great.
very soon.
Sir, it's a great thing, sir. It's a great thing.
97
It's
times.
great, sir.
Yes.
Sir, you are the real motivator, sir.
Shobharani ma'am, you know me well. You know me well. I am retired lecturer in Sanskrit from BVK.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I came to your college for spot valuation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, we are a real hero, sir. Donating blood donor.
Thank you. Thank you.
With this blood donation, what you said, blood donation 97 times, something came to my mind. So it is only 1 minute thing. I will like to tell that to you.
Sure, sir.
A few days back, I got a WhatsApp message. A few days back, sir, thank you. A few days back, I got a WhatsApp message.
Yeah.
And that message said in Hindi, कि
Yeah.
blood bank ही वो जगह है, blood bank ही वो जगह है. Anybody who understands Hindi will understand this.
Yes,
बोला
yes, yes.
blood bank ही वो जगह है जहां पर इंसानियत दिखती है. क्योंकि वहां कोई नहीं पूछता है कि ये मुसलमान का खून है कि क्रिश्चियन का खून है कि हिंदू का खून है. वो बोलता है मेरे बच्चे को बचाना है, खून दे दो बस.
That's
कोई
true.
मुसलमान ने मूर्ति साहब आपको कभी नहीं पूछा होगा. Never, nobody would have asked you whether you are a Muslim or a Hindu. If a Muslim is also taking your blood, he would have used it. But at that time, that blood is not creating any problem for them, and
Yes.
neither the Muslim bloods are creating problem for Hindus. But otherwise, so somebody said that when you talk about blood bank, only their humanity you will find. In
Yes,
Hindi,
yes.
I said कि ब्लड बैंक पर इंसानियत नहीं दिखती है.
Yes.
ब्लड बैंक पर इंसानियत नहीं दिखती है. ब्लड बैंक पर इंसान की इंसानी नीयत दिखती है.
Yes, sir. Yes.
क्या है इंसानी नीयत? जिस मुसलमान के बाप ने हिंदू के बेटे को मारा था और जान ले ली थी, उसी के बेटे को आज हिंदू का बेटा उसी मुसलमान के बाप के बेटे को अपना खून दे रहा बचाने के लिए, और वो भी गिड़गिड़ा रहा कि साहब दे दो मुझे बस खून, चाहे किसी का भी हो, चाहे मेरे दुश्मन का हो खून, लेकिन मुझे उसको बचाने दो. So even if it belongs to an enemy, doesn't matter, but it will save the life of my son. So you give it to me, whether it is Hindu, Christian, or Muslim, I don't mind.
Yes, yes.
So this is
It's
the
true.
intention of humanity. It is the intention of how you are utilizing that particular thing.
Yes.
Blood bank is not about humanity.
Yes,
It is
yes.
about utilizing the humanism.
Humanism. Yes, you are true. 100% true.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So what I mean is we should leave all these stuff, religion and color and rich and poor thing, and should unite together and work together for the development of the nation, and the development of the nation is only possible when all of you will develop, the nation will develop. It is not that the nation will develop, then you will develop. It's not. When you will develop, the nation will automatically develop. We don't even have to say. All countries will come to you. Now you see now, all your Indians are going to America and other European countries. They are running those countries. They are developing those countries. Our country is deprived of good people.
Yes, sir. True.
So we need to do and create an environment where our children say that, sir, daddy, mummy, we will not go abroad. We will stay in this country and we will work here for the development of this nation. But we have to create that environment. We can't say that we'll not give you clothes, but you stay with me. We have to give them clothes. We have to give them everything. Because if you give clothes, my son will also run with you. So whoever will give food and clothes, they will run there. It's not a matter of why they go there. So thank you very much, all of you. And very nice talking to all of you. It was a really enjoyable moment. In the evening, it was really nice interacting with all of you. And please, if you want to watch this program, we have covered it live on YouTube, the TN News channel. You can just go and type the TN News on YouTube, and you will find my channel there. You can find an international webinar there. You can watch the whole video there. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
We see you very soon. Till then, keep watching the DM News. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
దేవేంద్రనాథ్ శ్రీవాత్సవ్ అని అతను పాటలు కూడా పాడాడు కదా, హిందీ పాటలు బాగా పాడుతున్నాడు. యా